Amid a dead, crater-pocked wasteland, Rizel clenched his teeth and replayed his latest disaster. He dreamed of forging a super heavyweight sword with the density of a neutron star, but it blew up in his face, and now he's staring down the truth with his magic level. He'll never stand a chance against the ultimate life forms. He lets out a heavy sigh, flashing back to old companions who scattered for their own burning reasons, and realizes he's been running solo for way too long, so he locks in, aims for a crowded city, and fires up his flight magic. But the second he starts to rise, a violent surge of dark energy explodes up from the ground beneath him. The eruption rips open a jagged gash in the earth, and the fisherman freezes, staring straight down like he can't believe his eyes. He double-checks fast. His flight magic isn't broken, so that means what he's seeing isn't a glitch at all. It's space itself warping out of place. His face hardens the moment he realizes how deadly this is. Once that distortion starts sucking things in, everything goes catastrophic. And right as he's trying to think of a move, a pale hand rockets out of the inky blackness of the rhythm. A crushing grip slammed onto his throat, yanking all his breath away before he could even react. His eyes bulged with stunned disbelief at the sudden, impossible attack. From the choking darkness of the portal, a woman with long, pale hair and ornate robes steps out, her body peeling itself free of the shadows. Then, as the hand lets him go, she covers her heart with her own hand and flashes a gentle smile. "I'm Risha," she says, the summoning goddess. He stays locked in place, the title goddess ringing in his head, while he can only gawk in disbelief at her calm, statue-straight posture, as if the wild magic swirling around him doesn't even touch her. He tries to snap his calm back into place, clears his throat, and demands what she meant. Risha shoots her apologies for barging in, then explains herself. She's basically a goddess, just not from this world. She tells him that wherever she shows up, destiny steers her straight to the area where that world's strongest guy is standing. Then her eyes lock onto him, and she fires the question, "Is he the one?" Deep down, he sneers at the thought, convinced she's probably just playing out some corny fairy tale script. When she hears his thoughts, she calmly snaps that this isn't some fairy tale. Rizel freezes in shock, because she must have slipped past his anti-magic barrier and straight up read his mind. With a resigned sigh, he finally gives his name. Rizel, the strongest in this world. At least among humans. Then a cold plan clicks into place. If he's got her power on his side, he might actually be able to take control of the superior life forms. He agrees to her request, and Risha erupts with pure joy, thanking him over and over. When he asks what he's supposed to do, she tells him to obey the king's command. Hunt down and defeat the demon lord. Something that sounds totally alien to him. Once the deal is set, Risha points at the swirling darkness and fires the question, "Are you ready?" Right as Risha tries to wrap his head around the mission, she fires up a glowing sphere. Then the world in front of him cracks like glass, and a crushing force yanks him straight toward the void. He screams in terror as his body gets dragged forward without a choice. He's getting slammed through a twisted, shattered dimension, totally out of control, and he knows fighting back won't change a thing. He shuts his eyes, accepts whatever's coming next, and decides that real progress only happens when you're willing to risk it. The chaos snaps to silence the instant it started. He jolts awake and finds himself standing in a huge, vaulted throne room, with Risha calmly right beside him. A crowned man strides forward and greets them warmly, while Rizel drinks in the new surroundings and watches as the king steps up proper as ever and tells everyone he's the monarch, the one who summoned them all. Right beside him stand a few others, a young boy, a girl with twin tails, and a mysterious robed figure. Rizel's eyes scan the three figures beside him, and the truth hits hard. He wasn't the only one yanked to this place. One is a bespectacled young man in a dark cloak. Another is a bald brute with arms locked across his chest. And the last is a guy in a modern camouflage uniform. A court official confirms it on the spot, grilling Rizel's question, "Were these the only ones summoned this time?" Another official nods. Yes, that's everyone. Raisel listens and his first read clicks into place, fully confirmed. The official just stares at the other three summoned guys in silence, eyes narrowing as he mutters that so-called heroes or not, their magic feels way too weak. He decides to break down the whole world for them first. Then he'll check their statuses starting with the big players, humans, demons, and a tiny handful of demi-humans. Raisel mulls it over and realizes it's not so different from his own world. But then the official slams the brakes and says, "The real issue isn't the world, it's the demons." He leans in and says, "The truth hits like a punch. Humans and demons have been warring for ages, but lately the demons' sway has skyrocketed, and if it keeps climbing, everyone will end up under their control. That's why," he says, "they call themselves the Fourth." Then he starts naming them. Frodo, a civil servant. Leol, an adventurer. Bansa, a mercenary, and last, Raisel, whose past is still a mystery. The official makes a formal plea for their power to crush the demons, and promises a lifetime of rewards if they win. Leol grins because it sounds like a perfect chance to prove himself. Frodo nods along, but Raisel goes quiet. He remembers how, in his old world, people still thanked him after he took down demons. First, the official steps up and declares they're about to test the hero's current fighting power right there, with a crystal ball that spits out a number by measuring raw magic and control together. Leo lunges forward on the spot, yelling that he got there first, so he's going first. He slams his hand onto the orb and it detonates into a blinding flare of light. From his throne, the king stares in stunned awe, while the summoning goddess beams beside him. Then the king roars with pure excitement, declaring the combat power is 4097 and that it's absolutely incredible. Leo flexes like he just won the whole world, grinning as he steps aside. Then Frodo lunges forward to take his turn, and Raisel just freezes with a confused stare, wondering if those numbers are really supposed to be that insane. Before it was his turn, he leaned in and listened, while the other heroes' numbers got called out. One combat power was 3,664, and another blasted past it at 3,776. Banza, rocking that camouflage, looked genuinely satisfied, while Frodo with his glasses just gave a calm, quiet smile like, "Yeah, that's exactly what I figured." With the others assessed, the appraiser snapped his hand forward and called for the last person, and Raisel just said, "Got it," before he stepped up while the king stared at him, stone-faced, and a nasty doubt clawed at the back of Raisel's mind. That mysterious, unidentifiable status from before still wouldn't let him go. He strode up to the crystal and the whole room went dead silent because the device refused to answer him. The appraiser, who'd been stunned by the hero's power, suddenly turned pale and stammered that it didn't look like it was working at all. Raisel's calm started to break, one sweat bead sliding down his temple as he snapped, "What's wrong?" Then rushed out an apologetic bow. Across the hall, the other summoned people just watched, stunned, as the whole awkward moment played out. Desperate to get an answer, he slammed his gloved hand onto the crystal's glass, smooth face, and the appraiser just stood there, eyes wide, sweating through his fear, waiting for the first flicker of a reading. At last, the appraiser's voice shook as he called out the combat power 0. The king exploded in disbelief, snapping that the crystal must be shattered, and when the appraiser swore it wasn't, Raisel broke into a frantic sweat, insisting the machine had to be glitching. The king's disbelief snapped into scorching rage. On the spot, he jabbed a finger at Raisel, bellowed for him to get out of the castle, and swore he'd never call a 0 a hero. Raisel, blindsided by the sudden fury, begged him to pause, shouting that the reading must be wrong and that he truly had magical powers. Raisel steps up, flashes a lump of coal, and blasts a spell straight up, proving himself claiming Adam. Reconstruction is the perfect flex, since it needs at least 7,000 combat power right before the entire court. The coal crumbles, then snaps back into a massive, flawless diamond, and he thrusts it at a shocked official asking, "So, does that convince you I can do magic?" But the king glares, scowling and barking for the real reason behind the stunt. The king snaps his answer with pure fury. He lunges forward, snatches Rysel by the uniform, and roars that no spell exists anywhere in this world that can turn coal into diamond Rysel. Stunned, scrambles to explain that it's totally normal in his world. But the king slams him with silence, barking for him to be quiet and ordering the charlatan out of his castle like he's garbage. The other summoned heroes pile on the scorn. Leol spits that it's pathetic. Frodo mocks his miserable life, and Banza can't believe he'd dare lie with something that fake. When Rysel realizes he's out of options, his eyes snap to the goddess Risha, praying someone here recognizes the spell. The king roars for the guards, screaming that Rysel's a scammer, while Risha just stands there and stares back, her expression locked behind an unreadable mask. At the king's command, 2 armor guards rushed in and grabbed him, jamming their cross-pole arms to force him down on his knees while the king's final judgment roared through the hall. Rysel would take the gem as a farewell gift, then be exiled, never to show his face before the king again. Rysel is thrown out into the city streets, and on his hands and knees in the cobblestone square, his banishment crushes him like a weight in his chest, while a passing child stares and points, whispering to her mother what he's doing. But Rysel can only blankly stare at the ground. He stumbles into a public fountain, drops onto the edge, and buries his head in his hands like he can't breathe. Then he can't stop asking himself what he's even meant to do next. The mother from before finally spots her kid still staring and yanks her away, warning her not to look. As he slumps in despair, the king's raging order "Get out" slams into his memory, and he can't even breathe from disbelief. They betrayed him just like the games he used to play. He snaps out of his stupor, grips his resolve, and shifts into a new pace. Because right now, he's got to figure out one thing for sure. With fresh purpose burning in his chest, he straightens up and strides down the street. Rysel's hunt finally slams him into a weapons and tools workshop that even buys stuff. And when he walks in, he lays the huge diamond on the counter for the elderly shopkeeper who leans in, studies it like it's priceless, and marvels at its beauty, asking if he can buy it. But Rysel's instantly on edge, because every time he gets too excited, they call him a scammer, so he blurts out that it's artificially made. The moment he says that, the old man's warm smile evaporates into a hard, cutting glare as he snaps, asking if Rysel is playing games with him. Rysel isn't met with accusations, he's hit with pure confusion, as the shopkeeper swears he's never even heard of an artificial diamond. Like it's just some fancy abrasive, that line lands in Rysel's head like a lightning bolt, because this world hasn't made artificial diamonds yet, and then the shopkeeper throws one more bombshell: sell it to a real jewel shop, and Rysel will have enough money to live free for a whole 10 years. He had to snap up some cash fast without ever letting the real source of his gems slip out, so he marched straight to the local innkeeper and demanded, "How much for a room tonight?" The old man scratched his chin and said it'd run him about 10,000 pi. The price felt outrageous, but Rysel smelled a chance. He shot back with a counteroffer. He'd sell his own item for 70,000. The innkeeper's jaw dropped so hard he stammered, convinced it had to be some new charity stunt, because there was no way Rysel could be dead serious about that kind of money. He calmly laid out why he needed the money right now, telling the man the diamond was worth every coin. Then, Rysel pushed a dead simple deal: a 70,000 P deposit. The innkeeper looked shaken by the sheer amount, but he still begrudgingly nodded and agreed. Once the terms were locked in, the two clapped hands together and sealed the deal for real. As he stepped out of the shop, the innkeeper beamed and waved him off, thanking him for his business and urging him to come back. Clutching that heavy pouch of coins, he felt every brutal step it took to earn it. Now the money he'd been craving was finally in his hands. He stood over the town as the light died out, staring hard at his mess of a life, realizing alchemy here was nowhere near advanced and that money worked nothing like he expected. So a brutal, long climb awaited him. In the downtown district, Amory's in the thick of it, ally after ally, rising from bed, utterly wiped out, and Amory just lets out a heavy sigh, replaying how he got trapped in this totally unreal mess. He starts rethinking everything because he truly believed the goddess came from another world and that he'd arrived via a summoning space transfer spell. Until the innkeeper's earlier words hit him hard, he'd never once heard of using jams to turn profits, and now he's realizing this world's magic and progress are totally different. This bombshell hits him like a brick. So is he really trapped in another world? He bolts upright and fires up his quantum motion analysis magic, and the verdict comes back loud and clear. The laws of physics don't match, and the materials out there look like nothing he's ever seen. Then it all clicks. No other explanation fits. He drops back down and starts calculating what it all means, because if all this isn't just some stunt by that self-proclaimed goddess, then the king exiling him wasn't something she could have planned either, and it caught her off guard just like everyone else. Then he pauses and asks himself, what am I even here to do? Be the hero meant to save the world, or does killing the demon lord actually earn the goddess's approval? The whole idea feels alien because his old life had nothing like that. He pictures a classic demon vain, thug-like, and terrifyingly good at magic, and decides the demons in this world must be smart enough to run a monarchy. After his exile, he admits he knows nothing about how the humans are fighting, and then he can't help wondering if the demons are truly the villains. With a fresh surge of determination, he shoots upright, steels his resolve, and decides it's time to go meet the demon lord. After he makes his choice, he can't help but wonder, does his magic work the same way here? He sits cross-legged, clenches his focus, and kicks off his storage magic. A bright, glowing rectangular portal suddenly blooms in midair. From that, he yanks out a gadget, a recon satellite with a built-in printer, launches it into the sky to scan the land and stamp out a map from every image it gathers. The satellite hangs there for a heartbeat, then rockets out the open window into the night, and Relieve lets out a breath. His tools are working perfectly. He punches in a command, map the route to the demon lord's castle, and once he trusts the device, he crashes into a quick nap until the job's done. He jolts awake, realizing he's somehow slept through the whole night. Then he spots it. A huge, super detailed map has finished printing on a nearby table. He reaches to grab it and stash it away, but the second he does, his stomach drops. He feels someone else there. His pulse spikes. He's going to investigate. He snapped his focus to where the presence was coming from. 3 silent figures were crouched inside his room. The detection magic they used was top tier, crystal clear, and one thought hit him like a hammer. They weren't just strangers, they were assassins. He burst out of the inn with pure purpose, and the assassins on the next rooftop shuffled into position to track him. One of them shouted, "That's him," because he was the same summon hero who'd been marched by guards just yesterday. As he pushed deeper into that cramped alley, the reality hit him like a punch. He'd clearly made an enemy of the king. Up on their lookout, the assassins checked the setup, and one of them leaned over to ask if the others still remembered the plan. He clocked it instantly. The king had hired assassins, and they were trading orders through voice transmission magic, so he sprang into action, aiming to intercept their signal, and a sly smile curled on his lips as he realized he could flip the whole trap on them. From a rooftop, the leader scanned the area and made sure no one else was anywhere near their target. Then the lock was on, the order hit the air, execute the plan. And the subordinate snapped back, ready to rip off the target's head and bring it back as proof. One of the assassins lifted a blowgun to his mouth and launched a razor-fast dart in a single breath. A projectile slammed right into his neck, and in the same breath he clocked it as poison meant to knock him out in seconds, so he tried to brute force it with non-stop protective magic, but his body betrayed him, and he collapsed hard. Then the assassins dropped in, swarmed his still form, and one crowed that the job was done as they raised their tools to behead him for proof. Riesel is boxed in by assassins, but he rockets forward in blinding bursts, then lightning magic snaps into a crackling wave, arcing straight at every last one of them. Electric energy blasts through the assassins, and their bodies jerk and seize hard from the crushing shock. He looms over their twitching, knocked-out bodies, a gentle glow blooming in his palm as he gears up a spell to keep them out cold for a while. With the threat gone for good, he snaps open his inventory and yanks out a weird little gadget, a multifunctional stem cell. He remembers every botched attempt to build clones that can fight, and that's exactly why he's kept this one in storage. Then it hits him. It might not copy his powers, but it'll still let him clone his corpse. The plan works right in front of him. Stands a flawless, completely naked copy of himself. Riesel snaps orders to his other clones, already dressed, to suit this new double and even punch it with a blow dart to sell the moment. He then leans in and tells them the assassins are already covered by his area recovery magic, so they'll bounce back after his first strike. With his preparations locked and loaded, he whirls away from the scene. Everything unwanted taken care of, and fixes his eyes on a brand new target, the Demon Lord's residence. Moments later, the assassins jolt awake, groaning as consciousness returns, and their leader whips his head around, baffled about what just happened until his eyes land on the body of their target, motionless on the ground. One assassin kneels, checks him, and the confirmation hits like a punch. They're dead. Consumed by rage at all the time they've burned, one assassin snaps into action and drives a swift, furious slash, decapitating the body. Then the leader barks the order, grab the head as proof and vanish. They disappear into the shadows, and the headless decoy just lies there, drenched in a cold pool of light in the pitch-dark alley. Far away, silhouetted beneath a full moon, a dark castle juts from a fog-choked mountain peak, the Demon Lord's terrifying kingdom. Beneath the full moon, Riesel slips up to a brutal fortress, its dark towers ripping straight through the night because he knows it instantly, the Demon Lord's castle. As he strides toward the main gate, the two armored guards on duty spot him at once, and their voices crack out a sharp command. His path gets slammed shut the second the guards stride in and cross their spears, snarling and demanding to know why a human dares show up at their gates. Yet Riesel doesn't flinch. He speaks his goal straight out. He wants an audience with the Demon Lord and asks if they can escort him there. For a beat, the guards just stare, shocked by the nerve of it. Then their disbelief combusts into rage. One of them sneers that Riesel must be out of his mind if he thinks you can reach the Demon Lord just by asking, and they accuse him of messing with them, their contempt dripping from every word. Riesel raises both hands in front of the two shocked demon guards, apologizing on the spot for barging in and offering a proper appointment like it's no big deal while they just stand there, frozen, completely lost by his calm, polite act. That calm on the outside is just a mask inside. His mind races, because the idea that they'd actually let a human, and even worse, a summoned hero, just stroll in and schedule an audience with the Demon Lord is downright ridiculous. Still on edge, the Hornguard jabs his spear at Riesel and demands proof. "So you're a hero, were you exiled?" Riesel nods and admits the truth. He's a summoned hero, but the king still cast him out. He keeps talking and then drops the bombshell he was almost wiped out by the king's own agents this very morning. He shrugs like it's obvious now that with everything that happened, siding with the Demon Lord doesn't sound so crazy. The guard goes pale at the word assassin, but his face tightens fast, and he snaps back that they're not falling for the same trap again, because some past hero tried that exact deception. With the guards eyeing him like he's trouble, Riesel quickly realizes his straight-up approach is dead on arrival, so brainwashing crosses his mind. but it's too much hassle. Then he switches gears, points at a far-off castle tower, and loudly tells the guards he's spotted a pathetic teleportation barrier blocking the tower's top. Risel's dismissive jab lands like a punch. The winged guard jerks into a stunned gasp, furious that Risel would call their defenses pathetic. The provocation hits like a spark right away. The horned guard explodes in rage, bellowing that Risel just insulted the demon lord's carefully forged, all-powerful barrier. Risel doesn't flinch at all. He just smiles like he's been waiting for it. "Thanks," he says, because that was the confirmation he needed. So yeah, it's real. Realizing he's been played, the horned guard stumbles over his words for a breath, then snaps into control with a scoff, daring Risel to see if he can muscle his way past that teleportation trap. Risel smirks, gives a thumbs up, and says, Okay. Then a massive magical circle flares under his feet, as he adds that he doesn't need some super strong teleportation spell to pull off a barrier of that level. He flashes them a casual "see ya," and boom! His body starts shredding into glowing particles of light, while the two guards just stand there, frozen in total shock, mouths agape, because they finally realize the intruder isn't a bluff. He's real. He rematerializes inside a massive grand chamber, his body snapping together from a storm of shimmering particles and spiraling bands of light. Far behind him, the two demon guards gawk at the gateway that's already gone. One of them stumbles over his words, stunned, like he can't believe what he just saw. His teleportation spell tore through the night sky in streaks of light, locking onto a towering peak in the demon lord's castle, stark and silent beneath the full moon. Inside the tower, the last scraps of light from his arrival vanished around him. He's already fully formed, staring ahead with a steady, unshakable determination. His boots landed without a sound on the polished floor. He'd arrived exactly where he meant to be, the demon lord's private chamber. Right in the lavish room's center, his presence hits like thunder. Then a hesitant voice snaps from the crowd, demanding to know who he is. The question fires out of a young woman with towering horns, lounging on her throne. Yes, the demon lord herself, and right beside her. The handmaiden flinches in pure terror. The demon lord's first shock turns to steel as she snarls, demanding to know who he is. Inside the throne room, the demon lord snaps to attention as a stranger drops in out of nowhere, demanding to know who he is. Risel just studies her in silence, clocking it instantly. Her magic power hits 100 times the gate guard's level, and yeah, she's got real muscle. The demon lord's flustered, staring in shock, baffled that a human is standing here at all, and even more furious that her teleportation barrier didn't stop him, so she blurts out, "Are you the demon lord?" He shoots out a polite apology for barging through her barrier without asking, and she still totally stunned checks that, yes, she's the demon lord, but then blurts, "Who are you, really? And what are you doing here?" He tells her he'd feel awful if he wrecked something she worked hard to build, so he begs for forgiveness that nothing got broken. And when it's over, the demon lord just freezes because he slipped through her insanely powerful defenses and came out completely unscathed. As he calmly tweaks his glove, she glares at him like something's off, trying to crack who he is and why he's here. He finally tells her his name, Risel, and spills the whole truth. He was dragged into this world as a hero, then got kicked out for reasons he won't dodge. Now he stands with neither humans nor demons, and he's come straight to her. For one reason, find out what's really going on with this world. He demands one last confirmation that she really is the demon lord, and that sets her off instantly. Her face twists with pure rage as she screams at him to stop messing with her, calling it a total mockery that a summoned hero would chase her for answers. A massive, intricate magic circle blooms in the air, and the moment it forms, he realizes too late that he picked the wrong way to get to her. She detonates her power in a blinding burst of energy, then screams that he's imputed. A blast barrels toward him, but he snatches it down with one outstretched finger, shattering the attack like glass. Then he quietly admits, "This is bad. because he can't prove he was even fired from his role as the hero. With the attack shut down, the Demon Lord flashes a smug smirk, basically admitting he's impressed with himself. Rizel just stands there, stone-faced, and starts wondering, okay, so what's she supposed to do next? Right away, Horn's warrior lunges to shield her queen, snapping her spear into place between the throne and the intruder as dust and rubble pelt the air from the ceiling. She demands, "Is Her Majesty hurt?" Beside her, another guard can't believe what he's seeing, staring like, who is this man? Meanwhile, Rizel doesn't budge at all. Hands in his pockets, face unreadable. The Demon Lord screams a warning, saying her own attacks bounced right off him, and the horned warrior snaps at his subordinate to stay calm because their only job is to wipe out this intruder. No matter how rough it gets, the guard can barely process it, thinking even His Majesty's power is useless, so Rizel stays cool, sizes up the fight, and clocks that the guard's combat skills are only about 80 of the warriors, realizing that taking out these two would basically be a declaration of war, and deciding the smartest move is to prove he's not a threat. With the Demon Lord's guards staring him down, Rizel thrusts his hand forward and a wild magical glyph ignites in midair, shimmering like a warning flare. He knows this could look threatening, but he refuses to back down, determined to make them see that peaceful talk is the better move. In a blink, the spell slams and Jack and Serena's guards snap into it, totally blindsided, their bodies flashing as dark silhouettes against the blast, while the Demon Lord on her throne screams their names in panic. A flawless burst of pure energy rips through the guards. Then Serena's jaw drops as Jack's body gets swallowed by that wild, sparkling magic, his face frozen in pure shock. He grabs his neck, stunned like he's been wiped out, while the Demon Lord freezes in disbelief, demanding how they even got back. Rizel stays calm and tells him straight that was never the plan, and he never meant to kill them at all. With a dismissive flick of his voice, he snaps that they're overreacting, and then he demands how Jack could possibly think he'd die, just because his head comes flying off. Both guards go completely silent, frozen in terror and confusion. Her calm finally shatters. Then the Demon Lord jabs a finger at her and screams that he is the strange one, while she fires back that there's never been any precedent for a spell that lets someone live after being decapitated. Serena tries to back up her ruler's logic, saying it's ridiculous since the Demon Lord is the strongest, until Rizel snaps her words away and calls out how politics has clouded her thinking. He makes it clear he's playing outside their common-sense rules, and they need to stop judging his moves with their tiny, limited understanding. The confrontation pivots now. Rizel sits right in front of her, tilting his head up as the Demon Lord plants one of her freshly healed, towering shoes on the table between them. With total composure, he steers the talk back to why they're here, reminding her she claimed he'd come to gather information. She leans in with a confident, almost predatory grin and says, yes. Then tells him to ask about anything he wants, and he lights up, smiling back like he's finally won his answers. The Demon Lord chuckles like it's all a joke, but her guards can't stop sweating. Serena steps in and begs her not to brush it off because they still don't know if he's friend or foe. The Demon Lord only smiles, calm as ever, and says if it really comes to that, she'll just have to give up. She snapped at her worried guards and laid out her plan. She even confessed she started the attack first, insisting that taking more hits was pointless, and that they should gamble on a choice that keeps at least a shred of hope. Then she doubled down, saying she could feel this man would turn into an ally, and they should stop fighting and just talk it out. She snapped her gaze to Rizel and flashed him a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, he couldn't stop a bead of sweat from forming as he realized just how wild things had gotten, but it finally started to calm down. The Demon Lord nodded, told him he had nothing to worry about, and ordered his companions to wait outside. Her guards traded tense looks, like they weren't sure what to do next. Jack let out a slow, thoughtful hum, still digesting the order, while Serena watched him with a worried, searching glance. Even with doubt still crawling in their heads, they faced Rysel and bowed deep, as if he'd demanded it. With his very presence, Serena stepped in and said it for them. His wish was their command. Once they promised their obedience, the two guards marched off, and Rysel was finally left alone with the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord sinks into her throne with a smug smile, legs crossed, eyes locked on Rysel. Then she tells him to fire away with his questions or requests, and he just offers his thanks. He kicks things off by demanding to know if the rumors are real that the human race is seconds away from being crushed by the demon horde, growing at lightning speed. Then the Demon Lord slams it down and tells him every word he's heard is flat out wrong. And with his head spinning, he blurts out, "What are you talking about?" She tells him the demons aren't getting stronger at all. They've been fading for hundreds of years, and she swears they've never once tried to rule humans. It's humans who keep tightening the noose. Then she rolls out a scroll, hands it to him, and he snatches the offered document to prove she's right. He peels the scroll open just a crack and instantly feels the king's magic spilling out, and his heart drops when he realizes it's the very original contract forged between humans and demons. He snaps his gaze up from the document, like the answer's right there, confusion flickering on his face. Then, with one solid yes, the Demon Lord seals it, confirming the thought he never even dared to say. He reads that clause out loud in his head, and his eyes snap wide with pure shock, because it basically says, if a human commits a crime inside demon territory, humans will judge them, and demons won't take the blame for a thing. He stammers in disbelief, recoiling as he questions how anyone could even sign a contract that insane. Stunned, the Demon Lord snaps into a history lesson. Generations ago, the last Demon Lord was butchered by the hero, and since the Demon Lord title always crowns the strongest demon, that one death proved there was nobody left in their ranks who could take down the hero. With a grim look on her face, she lays it all out, because if the demons won't swallow these terms, the hero just takes her throne, then slices her down. The truth slams into him, hard. His fingers clench the armrest as he finally grasps what's really going on, and he lets out a low, quiet murmur of understanding. His mind is sprinting through the implications. If that goddess already has a powerhouse hero in her back pocket, why drag them into the fight at all? And the nagging fear hits him. Does she just summon a brand new hero every time one falls? The question won't let him go, and it stays unanswered. He whips around to face the Demon Lord, planted on her throne, and fires off one sharp question. Does the hero who shoved that contract onto them still draw breath? The Demon Lord looks up, stunned. She confirms the hero's alive for real, and Rysel's confusion spikes contract in hand. He blurts why she even summoned him if he's been exiled, and the Demon Lord fires back that without that hero, she would have ripped the contract apart long ago. With a sharp grin and a little lean in, she tells him it has to be luck because he barely dodged death. The word drops into the room, and Rysel can only repeat it, stunned death. The Demon Lord's voice slices through the silence, and the truth hits him like a wrecking ball. He wasn't summoned to be a hero at all. He was summoned to be the sacrifice. Beneath the full moon, Rysel reels from the Demon Lord's words. He keeps repeating, sacrifices, like he can't believe it, worry snapping across his face, and he demands she explain everything right now while she just stares back at him, calm and unshakable. She kicks off her story, saying everything began around 600 years ago, right when the very first hero was summoned. Her tale crushes the myths. This first hero wasn't nearly as strong as legends bragged, because he got completely overwhelmed by the combined power of the 4 heavenly kings, the same crew that included Serena's own parents. That crushing defeat gutted the human leadership, and they snapped and demanded the goddess summon an even stronger hero, only for everyone after that to feel just as hollow as the rest. Rysel clocks the pattern, realizes the parents she mentioned were actually 2 of the heavenly kings, and then it hits him. The advanced magic tool in his hands was probably built by someone from his own world. The Demon Lord confirms it, like the final piece of the puzzle snapping into place. Then he shoots a question. Did the goddess make that tool too? The demon lord doesn't beat around the bush, simple, direct, and yeah, she made it. She drops the terrifying plan, turning heroes into parts of one combined champion. They summon fighters, shove them into battles against monsters and demons, and when those heroes hit their breaking point, the combined hero swallows them whole. They repeat the loop again and again until the champion becomes stronger than the demon lord of that age, and humanity finally gets to force the demons into humiliating terms. As this ritual got repeated for centuries, the collective hero forged itself stronger and stronger. The demon lord snaps her lesson shut by tossing out the human reason, because they've got to keep building a better hero, since they can't predict when an even scarier demon lord will crawl out. Rizel hears it and realizes the cold logic is disturbingly simple to understand. He drinks in every detail of her tale, and cold dread tightens in his eyes, because if she's telling the truth, then the real enemies aren't monsters, they're the goddess and the hero. And that hits hardest, since he didn't come to this world by accident. He came to beg the goddess for a favor. His mind turns black with certainty. There's no way he's getting favors from her, not when her whole plan is to drag him in and turn him into yet another sacrifice for her champion, and the smug goddess Risha looming above him only hardens his resolve. He whips his gaze back to the demon lord, decision already locked in, then asks permission to put her story to the test. He'll use his satellite analysis to hunt for proof. A bright, grid-lined interface flares to life over his gloved hand. The demon lord nods, but her eyes sparkle with surprise and curiosity as she braces to see what kind of detection magic he's about to unleash. His analysis crackles to life on a translucent screen, painting a brutal map of the palace, and when he spots the data points, souls of old heroes' rage and dread sink in. They don't look human anymore. Then he turns to the demon lord and confirms he's found traces of both the magical tool and the combined hero inside the palace, sealing the truth. Her story is real. The demon lord jerks back in shock, snapping, "How did you scout my palace?" And the stranger just stays cool, saying it's easy once you've got the right gear to study everything. She wonders if he even needed her help in the first place, stunned by how crazy powerful he really is. Then inside, panic claws at her as she secretly wishes he had some kind of weakness. He shrugs and agrees with her, admitting that without her, he never would have even thought to hunt through the palace for the combined hero or anything connected to it. Flustered, she brushes off his gratitude, yet he still sincerely thanks her for the intel she dropped, because without it, he'd never have realized his own fate as a future sacrifice. His thoughts sprint, scrambling for a brand new strategy, because he's sure of one thing. He has to trap the goddess so hard, she'll have no choice but to fling him back to his own world. For a second, he toys with the idea of grabbing the combined hero hostage, but he shoves it aside fast, realizing it would only screw over the demon lord who's been helping him. He's stuck, staring at the real question. What's the best way to unleash chaos on a deity? Suddenly, it hits him. An idea ignites, and he whips around toward the demon lord, whose eyes blow wide with shock at his sudden intensity. "I know," he declares, then fires a question straight at her. He locks eyes with her and throws out a jaw-dropping deal. He'll wipe out the combined hero force, and he wants her to do it with her own hands. Her face tightens as she lays bare the fury driving her. She says the so-called hero was the mastermind behind the crushing contracts choking her people, and the same monster who slaughtered her ancestors, defeating him. That's her one true ambition, a vow she carries as the current demon lord and as the living heir of everyone who came before her. With a confident grin, Rizel lays out his proposal to the demon lord, offering to personally guide her and swearing he'll give her enough power to crush the combined hero. The demon lord shoots him a hard glare, but the moment those words land, her interest is totally caught. She grills him on his motives, demanding to know why he'd go this far for her, and he stays cool as he answers. His real goal is to get back to his own world, so he plans to trap the goddess and force negotiations. The demon lord gets it for a second, then her face twists in disbelief. How could she ever get as strong as the hero? Rizel steps forward and drops the bomb. The hero she's up against now has only about 1/5 of his power, and he's certain she can crush that gap with sheer grit. This bombshell knocks the wind out of her. She argues that even a sliver of his power is a mountain to climb, wondering if he's really the strongest of his kind. He waves her fears away, telling her to trust him and follow every instruction, because once she spots her own weak spots and compensates for them, victory will start to look inevitable. After a beat of thinking, she steps up and accepts his offer with full confidence. Rizel flashes a hand out. Once she's chosen, he commits. They shake hands and lock their pact in place, and he warns her to get ready for a brutal Spartan training regimen, which makes her immediately beg him to go easier. Once the deal is locked in, she leans in and asks where she's supposed to train, but the moment Sparta hits her mind, her face crumples with pure dread. He pauses for a split second, then declares he's going to run a simulation battle to test her right now, and he even points out a perfect spot just a few kilometers away. They lock eyes on what looks like a map. Then the demon lord jabs a finger at one spot and declares it their destination. Rizel nods fast and says he'll take care of the arrangements. Without any warning, he rockets her into his arms, shouting for her to hold on tight. Then she snaps back, shocked by the closeness, protesting that she's not ready for whatever's coming next. Her protests get swallowed by the wind as they blast off into the night sky, one blazing streak shooting toward a far-off castle tower, stark against the full moon. He slams the flight to a sudden stop and drops them into a massive, empty coliseum, all broken stone tiers and a lone arena sitting in a harsh, rocky wasteland. While below, the demon lord tilts her gaze upward, her hair still fluttering from the impact. The landing knocks the demon lord forward and doubled over, dizzy as he growls about the insane magic that yanked them here in a blink, while Rizel, lightly sweating, can only mumble a flustered apology for the brutal ride. She snaps back fast, shaking off the brief sting like it's nothing, then blurts that she's already used to surprises the second she's steady. Her gaze locks forward. She points at him and demands to know what magic item he's showing her. He whips out a floating, crystal-bright artifact, an eerie tool that can forge a phantom world, then explains to the demon lord that anyone watching from the outside will swear they're just doing healthy exercises, while the demon lord stares, utterly baffled. Because of that illusion, he tells her she doesn't have to sweat. Nobody will catch her losing control. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Grimeses is furious about the item's nasty side effects, but he grumbles his thanks anyway, just to be fair. She pushes herself up, still wobbling a little, and Rizel watches her closely, then says, "If you've got energy to chat, you've got to be ready to start." Confidence snaps back into her as she squares up with him across the arena. Then Rizal's face hardens, and he flat out declares he's going full force this time. Rizel's face hardens into a determined grin, and he clasps his hands together like it's do or die. All right, let the simulation begin. Again, inside a huge, silent coliseum, Rizel faced off against the Demon Lord and locked in his plan. He realized dodging her magic wouldn't be enough, so he decided he'd crush every spell she tried to cast before it even started. Suddenly, the Demon Lord's eyes flare wide with panic. She jolts, realizing he's vanished completely from her sight, gone without a trace. She whips her gaze across the arena, feeling his mana bleed into the air, hiding him like a ghost. She knows her magic won't land unless she can lock onto the exact instant he strikes. Then bam! Her senses scream as something suddenly moves. She whips around, blurts, "Over there!" and slams up a magical barrier, yet a tiny white object slips through anyway, smacks her right on the head, and sends her stumbling forward, crying out in sharp, instant pain. As she rubs her aching spot, her eyes drop, and there it is, a plain sports ball rolling to a stop. Rizel pops back in with a calm smile, says it'll vanish in 3 seconds, and dares her to dodge it before it disappears. And in her head, she's like, for a dumb ball, that thing sure packs a punch. She cranes her head up, then Rizel's voice slips into her mind through telepathy, calmly saying the magic he's using is nothing but body strengthening. The demon lord is thrown off, stunned by both the mind talk and the order to dodge. Meanwhile, Rizel grins like he's already got her figured out, thinking of her as just a bug, and can't wait to see her finally get serious. He flashes that smug grin like nothing can touch him, until her eyes sharpen, and her smile turns razor mean. She bares her teeth, swears she'll dodge it this time, and right after that she gets nailed again. Back in the arena, she thrusts her hands up in time and smashes the incoming attack away, sweat pouring as she realizes somehow she can actually block it now. Rizel flashes approval, then kicks off the next challenge. He wants to measure how hard her magic hits, so he tells her to pick any spell she wants and unleash it on him. She locks eyes on him, already plotting how to land her magic like right on the money. Is she finally adjusting to his insane speed, or did his pace never change and her perception just got sharper? She swallows hard, then steadies herself and decides accuracy first, power later. Then she unleashes a terrifying spell. Glowing magical circles flare up like portals. A frame cannon materializes around her, and crackling energy rips through the air across the arena. Rizel watches the huge attack build, and calmly decides to throw up a simple barrier just in case. He plants himself like a wall as the demon lord's colossal spell crashes into his defense then. With a panicked shout for her attack to connect, she stares in horror as the magic barrier in front of him starts to crack, split, and crumble under sheer power. The barrier bursts apart, and a horrifying wave of dark magic erupts, flooding the whole Colosseum with a cataclysmic explosion. As the dust settles, the demon lags in heavy breaths from the strain, grinning like she just won. Then she demands Rizel's verdict on her power. Across the arena, Rizel freezes, staring at the brutal, jagged hole torn through his otherwise unbroken barrier, and he can't ignore it. She actually cracked his defense. Under a blazing full moon, Demon Lord Pants stands in front of a crumbled Colosseum, panting like she's been fighting for her life. Sweat dripping down her face as she stares her opponent down and growls, half proud and half worn out. How was that? He's standing across the plaza like it's nothing, but inside he's worn out. He can't stop thinking about it. She actually shattered his barrier. He never built it weak, and somehow she crushed a three-dimensional wall with plain two-dimensional magic. There's no way that takes anything but an insane amount of mana. And the scariest part, he can't wrap his head around her closing the basic magic gap just by dumping raw power into it. Right as he closes in, she jerks back with a flinch. Then he carefully taps her forehead, and she snaps her head up with a triumphant grin. I hit you. He beams, praising how hard she pushed. But inside his head, he's already running the numbers, asking himself how much brutal firepower this demon lord could unleash if she cranks the magic even higher. His laid-back vibe throws her into a spiral, so when he blurts out that the next test is smashing a barrier hole, she snaps her hand up and yells at him to wait, raging that he's not taking any of this seriously and demanding a moment to get herself together. After their quick break, she snaps, "What do you mean by a barrier?" And he answers by cupping his palm and summoning a tiny, blazing orb of light. Then he declares he'll raise the barrier right now, and tells her to slam her strongest magic straight at enro. She hesitates, wondering if using her full power is really safe, worried it'll level the whole area. But he grins and tells her, with zero doubt, that this barrier swallows every single attack. When she hears his claim, a bead of sweat slides down her face, and right then, a sly, excited grin sparks as she realizes just how weird this guy is still. She steels herself and accepts his challenge. She clenches her focus, eyes blazing wide as a massive triangular magic sigil rips into the air in front of her, burning with raw, unstoppable power. Then she declares, "This is me at full strength with With that declaration, she fires off a blinding, unstoppable beam of destruction ripping across the plaza straight for the flimsy, translucent wall of magic that Rizal has thrown up. The massive blast crashes into the translucent wall and then it disappears, swallowed clean as if nothing ever happened. The barrier ripples once, steadies, and the demon lord goes wide-eyed with pure shock, mouth hanging open as she stammers, What? It actually absorbed it. She watched the last scrap of her power get sucked into that clear barrier. Then it shattered into nothing, like it was never there, while Rizal stood on the tiled floor, totally unscathed. He stared at her, totally unimpressed, and basically asked, "Is that all you've got?" Caught off guard, she blurted out a sarcastic apology, like she couldn't believe he had expectations at all then. Rizal stayed stone calm and straight. Up confirmed it, asking if she had an issue with that. She snapped her gaze away, cheeks puffed with pure frustration, still trying to figure out what he was really driving at. Then he leaned in and told her not to slump, claiming the test had handed him one crystal-clear insight. He told her to throw everything into it, and she did exactly that. He quickly apologized, realizing he hadn't even bothered to ask her name. Then, Riley asked if he was really the kind who saw nothing in his dreams. And he admitted it happened all the time. Riley accepted the apology, admitted she was at fault too, and then officially introduced herself as the Demon Lord. "I'm Mersha," she said, and the moment she told him her goal, he knew it. She needed his help to crush the combined hero. Rizal thanks Mayor Shaw for being so real with him, tells her she doesn't need to drown in self-doubt, and then lays it out. Her magic is insanely strong, but her magic formations still need sharpening, basically. He breaks it into a simple three-part formula: mana, the reservoir that stores it; magic output, the flow and magic control, the pressure. Because in the end, it all starts with the magic formation itself. Mid-explanation, he drops a brutal example. A human's mana can't touch dragons yet. Dragons can't pull off those complex spells, so if a human perfects their magic control, they can pull off the impossible and take one down. Mershaw's eyes light up, because her magic output is already huge. She just needs to tighten her control to power up fast. Then he flat out says she's learning three-dimensional magic first, and it leaves Mersha completely stumped. She's never even heard the term, while a tired Rizal clocks the truth. Her world is missing this knowledge, and he can't help quietly groaning at how many cultural shocks he's already survived. He lays it out clean. Her two-dimensional magic is capped, like a flat supply you use up in one go, but her three-dimensional magic is basically limitless, like a solid store of power, so the spells she can unleash never run dry. He ends with a smug grin, claiming that this power lets her grow to any size she wants, and that thought sends Mershaw's nerves spinning, because the idea of someone peering at her life from a third-person view feels downright terrifying. She stayed unconvinced, staring at the impossible question of how she was supposed to use magic she couldn't even understand, and Rizal admitted he couldn't use it at birth either, so he had to forge a training method himself. Mershaw snapped in fury that he should have told her that from the start. Then she pivoted fast, asking why he would bother training her when he could just kill the hero and go right back to his world. He calmly tells her he's got two reasons. First, to thank her for the info she gave him, but the real reason hits harder. He wants to recruit her, push her to get stronger, and drag her into his world to join his party. He throws in one brutal condition only if she agrees, and the idea hits so hard that Mayor Shaw jerks backward, slams into a fresh pit that's just opened in the floor, stuns wide-eyed and blurts out, "What do you mean?" He leans in and spills the truth he needs her, because there's an enemy he can't crush alone, and he's always been searching for a second hand. Then he reveals he came to this world on purpose, hunting for someone worthy enough to take the job. He locks eyes with full conviction and declares he's already verified she's the perfect candidate. Then, even with her reign as the Demon Lord weighing on her, Mayor Shah gets shaken, admits it might be impossible, and still accepts his offer with steel in her voice. He blurts out his thanks and praises her kindness, but Mayor Shaw snaps in. She says it looks like he's doing all the work for free, and she hated the idea of sowing favors. Then she leans in and tells him she's got a request for him, and he can't help it. He asks, "All right, what do you want?" She tells him she has a younger sister with the same terrifying power. Except some mysterious illness is draining her body day by day, leaving her weaker with every breath. Mersha's dream is for her to become a demon lord candidate when she finally crosses into his world. But right now, she can't fight at all, so she asks Rizel straight up if he can cure her. Rizel thinks it over, admits medicine isn't his specialty, but says he'll do what he can and at least take a look. No guarantees. Though Mersha nearly bursts with joy as she thanks him over and over, Mershaw can barely contain her excitement and pushes him to hurry because they're flying back to the palace, and her sister's room sits right beneath the throne room. Rizel jumps right in, teasing her not to get sick on this flight, and just the thought alone makes Mershaw's head spin as she lets out a shaky groan. Beneath the blazing full moon, the Demon Lord's palace rises like a nightmare, its towering silhouette crushing the night sky. In a glittering throne room of a den, Demon Lord Mersha sat locked on her book until the air split with a sick shimmer, and a swirling portal tore open behind her, arriving out of nowhere and snapping her straight out of her reading. A portal ripped open, and Rizel stumbled out, propping up a dazed young woman as the Mare shot straight to her feet, eyes blazing when she spotted her older sister. "Cecil," she snapped, demanding how they'd slipped past her flawless barrier and who the mysterious man standing with Cecil even was. Her sister was glowing with excitement as she proudly introduced the man as Rizel, someone from another world, and Cecil practically burst with joy, explaining that he'd smashed her barrier with shocking ease and had spells that could wipe out her magic like it was nothing. She even called him ridiculously strong, leaving Mayer's head spinning with disbelief, while Rizel stood there, caught, looking a little embarrassed. Cecil's face softened the moment she spilled the real reason they came. She'd brought Rizel here, hoping he could cure Mersha's illness, and the word hit Mersha like a shockwave. She leaned in and practically begged her sister to trust her. Let Rizel examine her, because even if no cure was found, nailing the real cause would still be a massive breakthrough. Still, she gave in to her sister's desperate plea. Mayor Charlotte. And if Cecil truly thought this was the right move, then she'd go along with it without hesitation. Cecil got the green light and told Rizel to move in. Then he dropped to a knee before the Demon Lord, introduced himself, and laughed off her nerves, promising everything was under control. When Mayor Shaw handed herself over to his care, Cecil pressed him to be gentle, pointing out how weak her sister's constitution was, and Rizel nodded, even with that complication on the table. After a quick check, he spit out a diagnosis: hardened man of veins. Mayor Shaw didn't recognize the term, and confusion washed over his face as he stared at him. He told her it was a weird kind of symptom. Her mana turned tacky, clogging the magic circuits and choking the output, and the worry instantly hit Mercia's face as she blurted out whether this was something hard to cure. Rizel waved off her worries with a fearless grin, then told her, "This problem exists in my world too, and it's simple." He pulled out a tiny vial, popped in a single pill, and claimed it was an artificial nanovirus medicine that would iron out the mana inside her body. It'd take a couple days to kick in, but then one dose would keep working for the rest of her life, while the sisters just gawked in total shock, because a lifelong curse could be fixed that easily. She extends her gloved hands as Rizel raises a tiny capsule, telling her to swallow it. Then Mershaw nods once, accepting the cure with a steady, quiet resolve. Cecil clocks the pause in her eyes and flashes a warm, calming smile, urging Marcia to trust him, while Marcia glances at her older sister, torn between hope and pure nerves. She raises the capsule to her lips, gulps it down, and sweats immediately runs down her temple as she holds her breath, waiting for something to kick in. Moments later, Cecil yanks her shoulders and demands, voice shaking, "Did it work?" Mayor Shaw looks dazed, says she feels no different, and lets out a quiet, relieved sigh. He cuts in, clearly fed up, and reminds them straight up that he already told them it would take a few days. Then Cecil spirals into panic and begs, "Can't we just speed up my sister's body clock?" Rizel shuts her down cold and even threatens, "I'll just skip a whole week instead." And when Mersha hears that, she quietly pleads for him to do it. Right before Mersha can move, her face flips like a switch, her eyes blow wide, and she gasps that the mana surging through her feels totally different now. Cecil nearly explodes with joy and demands, "For real?" Then the sisters collide into a tearful hug, celebrating like they just won everything, while Rizel just watches with a calm smile. Because at last, one big problem is finally off his list. Rizel watches from the back, and Demon Lord Mersha shoots nervous glances at the cup on the table. She swallows hard, steals back her courage, and whispers, "All right, here I go." Her hands flare with magic light, and the cup snaps back from shattered pieces into its perfect original form, broken no more. She blurts out that she did it, while Rizel's mind clicks, "Yep, she really reversed the Vasa's stage." She stares in awe at what she just did, calling it wonderful, because she never expected magic to feel this easy in her life until her sister Cecil pops up right beside her, just as stunned Rizel watches in quiet calm and says it like it's obvious she can finally toss around high-level spells without even breaking a sweat. The two sisters tearfully cling to each other, overwhelmed with joy. Mayor Shah Sahab's is beaming because Cecil's incurable disease is finally gone. And Cecil, still crying, nods along with full, heartfelt agreement. After that gut punch reunion, Cecil finally blurts out, "So what was that medicine for?" Rizel explains that the thing that wrecked her magic was called bad magisterial, and yep, it's in everyone, just in different amounts. Then he tells her his medicine does one job. It smooths out the way you cast, so you can use magic cleanly whether your curse shows or hides. Then she asks, "Can we mass-produce a medicine like that in this world?" Rizel meets her gaze with a calm little smile and says, "Yes." He promises to use it on every last one of her troops because he's sure it'll boost them up instantly. He tells them he still has a massive stash stored away left over from when he sold it to kids in a poor country, and it's enough to make a 100 spread rate happen. The sisters are totally frozen, like, "Wait. This powerful stuff has just been rotting in your storage this whole time." Mayor Shaw's face hardens. She declares she'll take any help she can get, no matter where it comes from. Rizel grins and tells her he's relieved he can actually be useful. Right after that, she rockets out of her seat and bolts from the room, yelling that she'll speed over and hand the medicine to everyone then. As Mayor Shot disappears, Cecil swivels to the still-seated Rizel and throws out an idea her sister is now coming with her. He's caught off guard by the sudden, serious offer, and for a moment he hesitates. Then he quietly admits it would be tough to make something like that work. He grudgingly signs on to Cecil's plan, and as she keeps talking, it hits hard because her sister is the strongest in the nation and everyone worships her. Cecil feels this crushing loneliness she can't shake. While they're talking, Mersha cuts in with a soft smile and says this if Rizel really needs her sister, and if Cecil agrees too, then she won't stand in their way. He murmurs a low, impressed comment about her maturity and reliability, while Mershaw tightens her fists and flashes a determined grin, swearing she'll work hard enough to cover her sister's share too. Rizel throws a practical question into the air and her big excitement crumples into a shy little smile. "So, have you ever governed before?" And she blurts out, bashful to the core, that she has absolutely no experience at all. He shrugs and calls it fine, because this could actually come in handy. Then he pulls out a tiny rectangular gadget and tells everyone it's an educational magic item, the A Simulator, a device that can pour knowledge straight from all kinds of experts. Before she can even answer, Cecil charges back into the room, grinning like she just won, and declares that every last drop of the medicine is finally handed out while a stunned mare sister scrambles her thoughts, staring like, Wait. What's happening? Rizel watches her step in, and a quiet relief hits him. She's back at the perfect moment while Mersha, right beside him, stares with wide-eyed confusion. He spins to the fresh demon in the room and declares what he's going to do. He's going to draw out the outer memories, and Cecil grins and says, "Sure," like it's nothing. Her confidence crumbles the second his words hit home. She recoils in shock, yelling, "Why do you want my memories?" While she panics, Mersha just stands there and smiles. Rizel calmly calms the frantic Cecil, promising her memories won't vanish. He says the simulator will just copy her experience and use it for training. Then, Mayor Shah finally gets it and Rizel snaps, telling Cecil to press a device component onto her head. Relief flooded him when she finally got the process, and then he slowly, carefully slotted the memory crystal into the device as he worked. Mersha stared with wide eyes and let out a shaky breath of disbelief. She still couldn't wrap her head around how he pulled it off, so she blurted out what he was made of, and with a confident grin he said, "You could call it a gap between civilizations," then leaned in and asked if she was ready. As Rizel and her sister Cecil watch, Marisha leans in with one last burst of courage and tells Cecil it's fine. "Go on, do the procedure." Rizel flashes a smile, fully locking in that unshakable resolve. Cecil shuts her eyes as a finger slams a button on the nearby console, and a cold mechanical voice snaps, confirming the memory, crystal, and equipment are all set, then declares the operation is officially underway. As the device kicks on, a blinding light engulfs Cecil, and the system booms that it's starting the import. Meanwhile, Mayor Shaw peers down at his sister with a twitch of uneasy worry. As the glow fades, Rizel checks the job is done and declares the simulator built for the Demon King's leader is fully imported, with just one run needed, then tells Cecil to smash the red magic stone at the center of the console, and Cecil nods, her nerves screaming. The moment she touched it, a huge screen of light burst into existence in midair. Marcia and Cecil Gaspin froze in shock as Mercia's face lit up on the display. A screen pops up with a question, "How would you handle this mess?" Mayor Shaw's eyes snap to it instantly. She knows it's the famine from last year, and she starts weighing the third option, banking on what she still has. She shoots a quick thought. What if she picked option 2? And right then, the simulation flashes her choice as correct. Mayor Shaw lights up and claps like she just nailed the perfect solution. Cecil lights up with proud certainty, declaring it's the right answer exactly like her sister would. And then she shocks everyone by saying they actually pulled that same solution off in real life. As Rizel strides off, she tells Mayor Shaw this is how she'll rack up experience. Then she asks straight up, if that plan works for her. Mayor Shaw's resolve sparks right back to life, and she swears she'll give it everything she's got for what's coming now and what's ahead, admitting how unbelievably useful the simulator is. Cecil scoops her little sister into a tight hug, presses her head to Marisha's like pure affection, and tells her straight up that from now on she'll be counting on her. Marisha beams, nods, and agrees without a single doubt. The next day, she's right across from Rise at the table, and he announces it's time to kick off the second stage of her training so she can finally eclipse the combined heroes. "Ready what?" he asks. Mershaw tightens her resolve and nods, then puts herself fully in his care. Her eyes snap to a weird little vase on the table, like a magic repeller in disguise, and somehow it's cute as heck. Then she wonders if it's really safe to toss in her room, and he tells her to stop worrying. He breaks it down. This device drives magic out of the room, carving out a low magic zone, but there's a brutal catch. Anything magical inside its reach, even in living organisms, gets dissolved away. That thought horrifies her. She gasps and screams, begging to know if this process could kill her and what it would do to her body. She presses him hard, demanding to know what they're supposed to do with something that dangerous. And he just laughs at her reaction like always, then reassures her the training won't go that far. He spells out the whole point of the exercise, and she has to dig deep with her own willpower to stop her magic from being ripped out of her body and used to control her. That single word haunts her thoughts as she sizes up the fight waiting for her control. He leans in and tells her the truth. One tiny mistake, and the whole magic circle is trash, so she has to learn to steer her magic with hair-trigger precision, and for her first test, he orders her to light one lone candle while the repeller is hammering her power. She stares at the candle, sweat beading on her temple as she takes the task. Got it. And you can feel the nerves and the iron resolve fighting side by side in her eyes. Demon Lord Mershaw whirls, stunned as the candle's flame dies on the spot. Then she snaps back fast, puffs her chest like a showman, and declares it's a piece of cake, telling Rizel to just watch her. She clenches her fists, her face twisting with fierce focus and mounting fury like, as the Demon Lord, she can't believe a task this tiny is making her struggle. She fires up her power, gloved hands hovering over the candle as crackling magic dances in the air, grit in her teeth. She snarls at that disrespectful little flame and shoves her will into it to make it relight. Marcia's hard work backfires, bam. The candle's wick gets snuffed dead, leaving only a tiny wisp of smoke, and she groans with her face twisted in pure defeat. Across the table, Rizel stays cool and asks if she's quitting already. Then, Mayor Shaw slams her head onto the table, shrieking that her magic fizzles out with no impact, and grumbles that this job is anything but delicate. She jerks her head up, tears of sheer frustration flooding her eyes as her whole body shakes. Despair clenches into iron resolve as she wipes the tear from her eye. Snarling that she's not backing down, she'll keep fighting until she wins. Rizal watches her renewed spark flare up with that loud, unstoppable determination, and a small, smug smile tugs at his mouth as he thinks, yeah, this is the right spear. Later, while Mershaw stays cool and calm with his cup, Rizel stands by the window, lifts his gloved hand, and snaps his fingers hard like a signal. He tracks the sound, presses a finger to his lips to demand silence, and locks his eyes on the window, because something out there feels close. He carefully rests his hand on Mersha's head, trying to soothe her as tangled thoughts spiral out of control, while her brow knits tight with fierce concentration. Just when he thinks he's locked in, another arrival yanks his focus. Mershaw's doppelganger steps in, horns smaller, her arms full of a tray of refreshments. Mershaw blurts out in shock, while Rizel only watches her come in. Cecil. This girl drops her gaze with a sharp pinch of sadness, her shoulders sinking like the world just crushed her. He snatches the tray from Cecil's hands and slams it onto the table between the two sisters, then carefully lines up the cups and teapots. Once the chaos calmed down, everything snapped back to the candle. Its flame stopped twitching and burned steady, unshaken, like it meant business. Mershaw just stares, mouth half open, as she whips her gaze from that perfectly tamed flame to Rizel, and for one stunned second, she can't even speak. Her silence snaps into a victory cry, "I did it!" as she clings to a stunned Cecil. Then Rizel calmly takes a look at her handiwork and says, for the first time, "It's actually good." No magic leaking, and the flame stays steady. Mersha nearly bursts with joy, reminding her sister that she kept her promise. She'd keep trying until she succeeded. Mershaw's burst of victory hits like a wave, then it crashes hard as she crumples onto the table, wiped out watching her pull it off. Rizel grins and says that now she's mastered this level of control, they're about to level up into far more complex magic. Even with exhaustion clinging to her, Mershaw is already scheming ahead. She asks Rizel if he'll teach her anti-travel sickness magic. Rizel nods and promises that once she's ready, he'll teleport them straight into an arena for attack magic practice. Cecil watches them and can't help it. She's stunned by how powerful her sister has grown, and she's itching to jump in next time. Beneath the night sky, an enormous amphitheater sits totally silent, empty as a tomb. Then, right in the middle, a tiny device hums to life, spraying a faint sparkle of particles across the dark air. Mershaw stands there in total focus, cradling a teardrop-shaped orb of dark, stormy energy in her hands as it throbs with power. It can't keep contained. Energy blasts from her hands, and a massive, mind-bending magical seal snaps into place in the air above while down in the stands. Riesel watches it all explode into view. As the last scraps of the magical construct crumble away, he tilts his head up to her and delivers one clear, approving verdict she's passed. Mershaw grins like he just won, fist clenched in pure triumph. Yes, the spell's activation and deactivation were both executed flawlessly. She whirls on him, demanding to know if they dragged all this way just to poke her magic control. Rizal grins and says her progress in just a month of training is downright impressive, then tells her to stop using the training device for now. Then he grins at her and praises how sharp her eyes are, and with a confident tone he declares that today he's finally going to teach her something brand new. To prove it, Riesel shuts his eyes and focuses, then a blazing circle of light snaps into existence at his feet, and blocks of pure energy rocket upward, locking together until a solid structure forms right in front of him. He points at the brand new, towering white wall, grinning like he owns the world. Then he announces its name with total confidence, a solid match. Mayor Shaw just gapes at what she's seeing, eyes bulging as reality clicks into place. She blurts the word again, realizing it's basically three-dimensional object magic. She presses close to the clear wall and instantly realizes it isn't one piece at all. It's built from tons of flat layers stacked together. And that's the whole trick, the technique's outer layer of magic. He breaks it down like this real solid magic has to snap into existence instantly. Try stacking it layer by layer and you'll run out of time. Because if anything hits the structure before it's finished, it shatters. Then he stares her down and dares her, "Can you copy those feet?" with a sharp, confident grin, and she answers, "Of course I can." She shuts her eyes tight, gathers her power, and lets magical energy whirl around her as she locks in and silently swears she'll pull this off then. Right from the raw force, a solid tiled structure starts forming beneath her, and Riesel can't help but nod at how sharp her focus is and how perfect every detail is. Her eyes fly open with a victorious spark, and she proudly announces she pulled it off, claiming it's a solid result for her very first try, the kind you'd expect from a demon king. He calmly tells her, "All right, now I'm testing the wall you made." The second he says it, she's stunned. Then she watches, wide-eyed, as a tiny orb of energy forms in his hand. The orb rockets ahead, slams into the magical construct, and detonates in a blazing explosion, shockwaves rippling through the air as she yelps in sudden panic. When the smoke finally fades, she stares in shock. There's not a single scratch on the wall. She runs her fingers over that smooth surface, and he grins, bragging that it's way tougher than some plain flat barrier, then asks if that feeling isn't just awesome. She eyes the walls like they're a miracle, praises their insane durability, but admits it still doesn't feel real that she's the one who built them until he steps in. Tells her that's just how solid magic works, and urges them to move on to the next step, stacking on even more layers. With one last burst of strength, Mersha locks herself inside a fresh, blazing, magical barrier. Sweat pouring down her face as she clenches her teeth. Then she declares with pure triumph that the spell is finally finished. She crumples to the ground, completely spent yet grinning like she just won the whole world. Then she practically bounces over to Riesel, shouting that she pulled it off, bragging that she forged an extra thick magical construct. Riesel beams back, praises her hard work, and confirms her multi-layer magic passes inspection. She flops spread-eagled on the tiled floor, groaning that the spell's brutal concentration nearly killed her, and Riesel storms up, praising her for pulling it off so fast, then offers to heal her. Then he lays out tomorrow's training plan. Magic control first, then slamming solid magic into action, and when he asks if she needs a break, she shoots back, "No," shaking her head hard. With fierce determination, she snaps that she won't stop until she masters it. No coasting, no breaks, Not for her. Rizel catches that knowing smile, because that's just how she's always been. Then he ups the difficulty, and she lights up, eager to take the challenge head-on. Later on, they're standing side by side atop a rise, staring down at a huge stretch of open land. And Mershaw blurts, "So this is the duty you talked about," Rizel answers, tightening the truth into place. Yep, she was right to suspect it. He sweeps his hand across the rolling hills, and the whole world opens up vast fields of cultivated land stretching forever. Then he grins and tells you this is their nation's farmland, the heartbeat of their food storage. He's stunned by the view, gaping at how anyone could possibly keep farmland alive at that insane scale. Then, Mershaw drops the truth. Their land barely gets any rain, so Demon Lord after Demon Lord has had to keep summoning rain shower spells for generations. It clicks for him, so that's why the Demon Lord needs a massive stash of magic, just to unleash rain over this giant field. Then he blurts his guess that she didn't drag him here for only that Mersha smirks, like she's impressed he nailed it. He fires off a quick question. Did she finally crack the structure of that multi-layer rain shower spell? He insists it'll be perfect for the job. Mershaw nods, but her voice shakes as she admits this is her first time using it, and she's terrified she won't pull it off clean. She blurts out her worries she'd never want to pull her people into some deadly magic blast. And Rizel catches the pause in her voice, smirking just a little as he asks if she wants him to watch over her. Her cheeks blaze bright red as she clamps a hand to her head, mortified beyond words, and Rizal can't help but clock it, seeing how eager she is to put her training to work, right on the job. She straightens herself, nods eagerly, and hands herself over to his care. Then, Rizel snaps into action, demanding she show him her spell structure first, because farming is definitely not his strong suit. She snaps into action and starts the incantation, her hands flinging up a huge, detailed magic circle that lights up the whole room. As he stares at the glowing glyphs, he instantly catches what the spell is meant to do. Fertilizer, nutrition, lightning-fast growth, and more. Then he nods hard, knowing it's a blessed rain spell. Then he tells her to show him the self-made spell she's been working on. And he instantly reassures the jittery Demon Lord that he'll spot every single thing that needs fixing right away. So she has nothing to worry about. She only gives a tiny, shaky, okay. She draws in a steady breath, forcing herself to stay calm and push forward like this is just another training run, while mana swirls around her in crisp, concentric rings of light. And as she starts to chant, Rizel watches with razor focus, checking every detail of her magic circle, its shape, and how much mana she's burning until it's flawless. Rizel stands at the edge of the action, eyes shining with pure admiration, because she actually made it this far on her very first try. His voice cuts in with a confident grin. Good job, now activated. At his words, Mershaw jolts, then yanks her courage back into place. She shouts her affirmation, claps her hands together, and a blinding rush of magic starts gathering right between her palms. The collected power rockets upward and blooms into a giant blazing sphere of light that hangs over the endless plains, while down below, Mersha stands alone, pouring every ounce of that massive spell into the world. Moments later, its power tears across the land clouds break, a gentle rain pours down, and the scorched fields drink it up, giving the villagers the first real breath of hope as they stare at the sky. The villagers explode into cheers, swearing this pouring rain is the Demon Lord's blessed rain. And they can't stop marveling at how massive the magic circle is this year as they pour out their gratitude while Mersha watches. A deep wave of pride hits her hard. Because it finally clicks, she actually pulled it off. With the job done, she snaps her gaze back to Rizel, but the smile won't stick. Exhaustion and worry twist her face as she cautiously asks for his verdict. He blurts out his praise on the spot, swearing her performance is flawless and promising a harvest that'll shatter every record. And the moment his words hit, it feels like they slam into his body, forcing him to drop to his knees in an instant. His approval words hit her like a lifeline, and relief crashes over Mersha so hard, Her composure shatters. She starts crying, trembling, as she whispers just how grateful she is. She watches her tears fall with a soft, stunned look, remembering how brutal her training was, and not once did a tear ever escape her. With tears spilling, she blurts out where her relief comes from. No more praying for those horribly overpriced human trades. The moment she says it, Rizal freezes, stunned, and as she worries she might be crying in front of him, horror sinks in. He had no clue. Their trouble ran this deep. Mershaw keeps going, saying their food was getting stripped right out from under them, then asks if she should fire defensive magic at the crops, shattering Rizal's world all over again. He watched relief and fierce determination light up Mercia's face, and he saw her eyes burn with happy tears as she pictured her people finally filling their bellies. Then he stepped in with his own support, saying he was just as ready for the hardest part ahead. Her relief snapped into a gleeful, almost manic grin. Then she burst into a triumphant laugh, gloating that she couldn't wait to see the human traders' faces. He just stood there, stunned, reeling from her sudden, vicious turn. As the blessed rain kept pouring, the demon lands erupted in pure joy, farm fields and village streets alike. Everyone from farmers to kids leaned back and stared at the sky, smiling with hope as that life-giving water soaked into the earth. Snow drifts softly over the royal capital's towering palaces, masking the storm of trouble quietly brewing behind their walls. Inside those halls, a top noble yanks at his tunic collar, knuckles bone white with nerves, as a bombshell report lands and his mind races. Rage explodes from him as he screams at a trembling subordinate to explain why the sales figures have cratered by 95. And as he snarls that this is no joke, the terrified aide can only stammer, "Yes, yes," over and over. Rage never quit as the noble roared, demanding to know what the hell was going on. His voice slamming through the chamber while his aide sweated, scrambling for words he couldn't even get straight. At last, the subordinate admitted it when their merchants tried to trade. The only ones waiting were the demon's border officers, and the message was brutal. The demon realm's self-sustainability had cracked past 100, so they didn't need a single human good anymore. As the aide panics, old stories slam into his head, officials getting executed for crossing the royalty. Rage drains off the noble's face, replaced by a cold, sinister plan. He snaps his attention to Regius and asks if the three summoned heroes are truly ready. Regius confirms they're well-equipped, then the noble's voice turns lethal. He orders them to march on and attack the Demon Lord's city. Regius jolts in shock, but the noble cuts in, "I'm going to kill the Demon Lord, and I'm locking a permanent trade condition into our contract." Then the first aide blurts his worry that the heroes aren't strong enough for the job, and the noble just sighs like it's nothing, saying he already knows full well. Then he spills the terrifying truth of his scheme send the heroes straight to death, and watch the demons break Act 7, Section 3 of their treaty, the one that bans them from killing a summoned hero. Once that line gets crossed, the war ignites into an all-out slaughter. Regius tries to call out the crack in it. Those dead heroes can't fuse into the combined hero, but the others brush him off and steamroll past his warning. The noble shrugs off the death of one or two heroes, saying humanity's honor is worth it, and once his order lands, he waves his men away. They bolt instantly, and the merchant looks like he's been given life back, practically trembling with relief as he slips out. All alone, he stares down a scroll with a snarl, mocking the dumb demons, and then he makes his vow no matter what scheme they used, he'll force them to get it, that they don't get to defy the will of humans. As Regius strides through the ornate hallway, the last words from the room behind him still ring in his ears because the plan is locked in, and the demon capital is about to get hit. Unseen by him, two others stayed planted by the same door. Banza, one of the summoned heroes, snapped his gaze to his companion and admitted he never eavesdrops like this, while the young woman beside him peered back and asked if he heard anyone in that room, talking about an invasion of the demon capital. Her words nail his worst fears to the wall, and the terrifying truth slams into Bansa like a thunderclap, because the king's voice lays out the monstrous scheme the demons will slaughter the heroes, and then war erupts between the two races. Cold sweat floods his brow as the dread hits home. They're being used. In the grand hall, Banza strides alone, drowning in heavy thoughts. Then he shoves away a grim fear, insisting that if their hosts really wanted them dead, they'd have been gone by now. He slams to a stop, and doubt hits him like a freight train again, because he can't shake the terrifying thought that the king might actually mean to wipe out every summon hero. He gives his head a quick shake, tries to shove the paranoia out of his mind, swears it's just overthinking, but the worry still clings to his face. The story slams us into a massive, broken wasteland of rock and dust far, far away from the castle's shiny halls. In this dead, empty stretch of land, Mayor Shaw's face is smeared with dirt as she scans the area with Rizel right behind her. Whispering just how utterly abandoned it is, she asks, "So this is where we're running the simulation battle?" Rizel grins, saying her skills have surged so hard in the last 6 months that the usual arena would get wiped out, and then he confirms he can't sense a single village anywhere nearby. He whips around to her with a confident grin and dares her to match his energy, then asks if she's not ready to go all out too. She whips a look back over her shoulder, a smug smirk tugging at her lips, and snaps back that he already knows the answer, her eyes practically sparkling for the fight that's about to explode. They lock eyes, both buzzing with anticipation. Rizel tells Mersha to go all in and not hold back, and she grins right back, swearing that this time she's going all out. Mersha doesn't hesitate for even a second. She snaps her power loose, magic energy crackling as she conjures a spear, then fires a blinding bolt of force straight at it like a thunderclap. As Rizel faces her volley of magic spears crashing toward him, he calmly sizes it up, because a flimsy barrier won't stop all of them, so he snaps his will forward and forges an iron barrier, a wall of raw force that slams into the barrage and shatters the spears on impact. Marishaw read her play before she even finished it. She's smirking, convinced her follow-up will land, so he steps in with the real shield, a magnet counter. The moment he clocks the homing bolts locking on, he fires up his next move, ready to shut it down. His technique wipes out the homing bolts clean, snatching them into spinning whirlpools of energy until they detonate harmlessly all around him. And from a distance, Mayor Shaw just freezes, jaw slack, unable to believe what he's seeing, shouting over and over that this can't be possible. He won't let her breathe rage spikes at the fact she almost slipped her focus. Then Mayor Shaw watches him vanish in a blink, firing off a flash step so hard the ground where he was just standing erupts, and she only manages a sharp breath, narrowly dodging the counterattack that was seconds away. A faint magical aura curls around Rizel's hand as he flashes a confident grin and tells his opponent, "You did good?" Then he snaps his gaze forward and declares, "Now it's my turn." As soon as he makes his declaration, a heavy wall of mist slams into place and smothers everything in sight. Mersha snaps to attention and realizes it's a spell meant to deaden the senses. Right in the middle of it, his Rizel stands unshaken, sheltered inside a protective barrier. Mayor Shah clenched her teeth and shot out a desperate flare of light, praying her countermeasure would finally land. Rizel watched it all, clocking her antidote magic, and as her spell unfolded into a razor-sharp magic circle, he realized this wasn't a simple fix at all. Her spell detonates into a wild, massive surge of energy, swallowing Rizel's position whole, obliterating everything in its path, and Mershaw, certain she's won, declares this blast will settle their duel for good. As the shockwave fades, Rizel stands untouched on the scorched ground, grinning like nothing happened. Then he casually asks, "What's wrong?" claiming he's totally fine, and leaves Mershas staring with wide-eyed disbelief. She's completely stunned, wondering how he even survived without throwing up a single barrier. Then Rizel just stays calm and tells her to check her magic circle again, and the truth hits her hard. He grins and admits it was easy to rewrite her spell's target to nothing, but he warns her not to try that on people, because you'd never know when someone might secretly flip it, so it starts aiming at an ally instead. The crushing weight of her blunder slams into Mirsha, and she crumples to the ground in total humiliation, wailing that she let herself get swept up in the fight to win, and that unleashing a technique that huge was a catastrophic mistake. He catches her crack of despair, then steps in fast with a steady reassurance telling her not to panic, because he's pretty sure the combined hero team can't rewrite magic circles, so her plan should still win when the real fight kicks off. As he strides toward her, he keeps breaking it down, praising her whole plan because those quick spells that buy time while he lines up a crushing finishing blow that's clean, smart, and perfectly executed. He reaches her and lays a steady hand on her head, then tells her she did great just to get this far. If she keeps her focus and never lets her guard slip, she won't get crushed by the combined hero. Mirsha looks up, moved by his words. Mercia's eyes blaze with pure, unshakable grit, her teeth flashing in a fearless grin as she snaps that any hardship is nothing, because she'll crush the combined hero if it's the price. With a shared nod and one mission in their hearts, their fists slam together, boom, locking their pack in place. A second later, the tension melts away, and Mayor Shaw sinks into a big, satisfying bite of the sandwich he hands her. Perched on a rock with her meal in hand, she dug in as he stood right nearby and demanded, "So was the training worth it?" She nodded without missing a beat, admitting it wasn't just tough, it actually had some fun moments too. He grins like a weight just lifted off his shoulders, and Rizal admits he'd been panicking after setting a goal that tough. He feared she'd burn out. The best part, he's shocked by how much he actually cares. Mayor Shah steps in and says she's blazing with motivation now, especially since she's getting hands-on with all kinds of defensive spells. Her sincerity hits him like a jolt, and he can't help thinking she's nothing like the friends he used to have then. Mershaw locks eyes with him, doubles down on her promise, and swears with total conviction that she's going to be his companion and keep it. Changing the subject, Mershaw's jaw drops at just how insanely good the sandwich is, and Rizal shrugs like it's nothing and says Cecil and Sieg made it. Then Mershaw nearly loses it, because he cannot believe Sieg can cook, not with how Sieg looks. Rizal finally explains that Sieg is actually one of the top 2 chefs in the whole kingdom, and that's when Mershaw realizes you really can't judge a book by its cover. Marisha lets out a satisfying stretch and tells them it's time to head back, and Rizal, standing just a short distance away, nods calmly. Right as they start to leave, he suddenly slams on the brakes, questioning glare. Blazing in his eyes, Mayor's camera whips around and she fires, "What's wrong?" The ground buckles and explodes as a massive dragon rips out from beneath the earth, roaring like it's ready to tear the world apart, demanding to know who dared wake it from its slumber. The moment the sight spots the creature, Mayor Shah goes rigid with shock as she realizes what it is, and before the words even leave her mouth, Rizal barrels in, demanding to know if she recognizes the beast. She snaps back. No way, not her, and admits this is her first time ever laying eyes on one. Then her face hardens as she tells you it's like something from ancient legends, and she starts spilling the story of 10,000 years ago, when a whole civilization on this very land got wiped out by a single dragon. They say that when everything fell to ruin, only the lucky survivors were spared, and they were allowed to rebuild and have the next generation. But there was one brutal rule: never ever disturb the dragon. As that massive foot slams into the ground, Mershop clenches his breath because it's time to reveal the legendary dragon's name. It's John Cena, the ancient dragon that was sleeping like a curse. And then it hits them both in one brutal moment. They've just woken up something way beyond unbelievable. Rizal chokes out a horrified whisper that they've done something unforgivable, because the last thing he'd ever want is his own sleep ruined, and right beside him, Mayor Shah is frozen in total silence, her jaw dropped in shock. He's stunned for a split second, then boom, his face settles into startling calm as he whips around to the still panicked mare's shaw and asks what they should do now, jokingly suggesting they punch it back to sleep right then. An ancient dragon lets out a deep, guttural laugh that shakes the air. The colossal beast shrugs off their whispers and spits contempt as it snarls at the puny demon and her companion, yes, the two who actually dared suggest punching it. Mershaw snaps at Rizel for poking the bear, and that's when the dragon's rage detonates. It roars, swearing to turn their arrogance into ash. Rage erupts from the creature's maw as a torrent of destruction rockets toward them. And Reese Al-Kamli snaps, "Mersha, activate the barrier and swallow it." The barrier stays up. Marisha freezes, staring in shock as she realizes she actually stopped the attack. Rizel flashes a confident grin and tells her she's beaten that dragon's power ages ago, and even the ancient beast pauses, stunned by what just happened. She keeps going, insisting that this sleeping dragon is finally a foe she can crush, so she brings herself back together. And the dragon sneers like, "Don't act surprised, that was only one attack." It feels like the old pact between the races is resurfacing. If that ancient dragon ever rouses from its slumber, humanity's chosen hero must subdue it, while the demons are written off as not strong enough, so they're stuck supplying everything. Then, finally, lured into place as the bait. Remembering that humiliating deal, Phil's mare erupted with rage. Her face snapped into pure fury as she swore she'd take down the beast herself and tear up the pact by dragging back its corpse, and Rizal can't help but smirk like, so that's it, she's finally playing the part of a real demon lord. He hypes her up, calls it her first real fight and the perfect warm-up for what's coming next, an eventual clash with a combined hero. Then, Mersha's attitude flips instantly into pure, electric excitement, because the idea of her very first battle being against an ancient dragon has her arms trembling with anticipation, her will hardens into stone. She vows to hunt the dragon, so every demon has a future, and the beast answers with a thunderous roar, swearing it'll burn her so completely there won't be a single ash left. Unshaken, she cups her hands and lets crackling energy surge inward, honing it into a brutal offensive spell, a magic spear ready to strike. A spear of pure magic tears through the air and smashes the dragon straight in the head. Boom! Light explodes so bright you can't look away, and the beast roars at the top of its lungs, not hurt, not frightened, just furious to the bone. Its furious roar got ripped to shreds the moment blinding explosions tore across its head, swallowing the giant beast in a roaring storm of destruction. The ground buckled the moment the ancient dragon's massive body slammed down, disappearing in a choking cloud of dust. Mersha just stood there, stunned, blurting out, "Wait, is it already over?" She snapped her head toward Rizel, and he said, "Mersha actually crushed past expectations, but that dragon, it's weirdly flimsy." Then he grinned and vowed to wipe it out for good, no risks, promising he'd drag the thing's body into the negotiations with the humans. His blunt words snapped Mersha into action. She already had proof she'd won, but now she had to decide what to do with the remains. Rizel started thinking about the material's worth, insisting it'd be a crime to let the body of a 1,000-year-old dragon go to waste when magic tools could be forged from it. Mersha watched his eyes snap wide as the truth hit him like lightning. "Got it," he blurted, and the moment the idea sparked, Mersha leaned in, hungry to hear what he'd just figured out. He flashed a calm smile and told her, "Don't rush." Then he leaned in, said he'd need her on his plan, and promised to lay it all out so she'd understand every step. Later that night, under a blazing full moon, he thrust a mysterious gift into her hands. Marshaw couldn't help but stare, shocked by the timing. Even as happiness lit her face, her handmaiden practically pushed it into her grip, insisting Rizel would explain everything later. As she clutched it, a gentle, otherworldly glow spilled out, and she just stared. Her voice fading into pure, stunned wonder as she tried to wrap her mind around what she was holding. Then he finally spilled the truth. This was a magic sword, forged from a sleeping ancient dragon. And since it was built with her very own magic circles, only she or someone from her bloodline would ever be able to wield it. She clutched the weapon with shaking hands, stunned beyond words, and insisted she couldn't possibly accept something this incredible, saying it'd be a total waste for her to use it. As she argued, her mind snapped straight to her sister, Cecil. Cecile stares her down with iron resolve and declares, "Sure, you can beat this combo hero right now, but more will come." Then Cecil locks eyes with Mersha and insists, "You'll be the one to finish them, my turn is up." Mersha swallows hard, steels herself, and steps into that fate, vowing she'll take her sister's place. She clenches the fresh sword, and in that quiet moment, everything clicks into place once her sister is gone. It's her turn to fight. And now that she's chosen, she steps fully into the weight of it. Just nearby, a handmaiden blurts out how shocked she is. She can't believe Rysel just brought down an ancient dragon, and Rysel only smiles as he gently sets her straight, saying she should know the truth. It wasn't him who pulled off that feat, and then he casually mentions he'll tuck the sword away in his storage match. Cecile shoots her head bow with proud fire, claiming she's the one who beat that sleeping dragon, snapping her confusion shut, and the handmaiden's jaw drops from a few steps away. Rysel mutters that he can hear everything, while Riley remembers just how terrified Cecil was at the very start. Mayor Shah leans in and asks if they truly used every piece of that dragon to forge the sword. Then Cecil flashes a grin so wide it's almost dangerous, admits they've got plenty of leftovers, and drops her big plan: they're throwing a festival. The sisters light up with pure excitement because a festival is exactly what they need. And that main dish is way too irresistible to ignore, so they decide to invite every single person in the city to come feast with them. Cecil's plan clicks into place fast. She snaps, "Bring every worker here," and hands the brutal job of butchering the dragon to Rysel. He doesn't hesitate, agreeing to take it on and promising he'll treat it with absolute care. Soon after, the castle courtyard erupts in a massive celebration. Hundreds of demon citizens pack around long tables stacked with food, partying hard while this joyous festival is powered by the remains of a defeated ancient dragon. In the crush of the crowd, people can't believe their eyes. Shock turns into wild delight as they gawk at the chance to bite dragon meat. At last, someone leans in and tells the other that most dragon meat is rock hard, but once the beast has slept for thousands of years, it comes out tender. Cecile watches the calm settle in and realizes this victory over the dragon only bought them a breath, because their real battle is just starting. She swears she'll do whatever it takes to keep this peace alive, and Rysel nods, then drops a chilling truth. The fight isn't over, not even close. Once the combined heroes unleash their power, it hits on a whole different level than that dragon ever could. Meanwhile, Risha, the goddess behind the summoning, stood beside the hero, like she owned the moment, quietly sizing up every long burn plan she'd cooked for ages. She admitted she'd been steering humanity from the shadows for millennia, fully aware of how deadly she truly was. And with the hero under her spell, she acted like that power made her untouchable, calling herself a shameless goddess and making it sound like a threat. In the demon realm, Cecil faced Rysel head-on and swore she believed he and her sister could survive what's coming if they stuck together. Rysel's smile faded as he nodded, grave and silent, agreeing with every word. Her focus snapped to Mersha, and Cecile's face lit up with a predatory grin as she demanded to take the fight herself, insisting she'd already pictured how their enemy would fall. She promised that after the battle ended, she'd vanish and hand all diplomacy to Mersha, right up until she warned her younger sister not to fold and ruin things later. The idea of going all out sent a sinister chuckle skimming off her lips. That brutal burst of raw intensity totally shook Mersha. And Rysel Mershaw stared with wide eyes, couldn't get the words out, but stammered agreement, because her older sister's terrifying ferocity was the kind that leaves you stunned. Inside the Demon Lord's castle, the grand feast is finally over. Mersha slumps back with a deep, satisfied sigh, surrounded by her attendants, and announces she's stuffed to the point where she can't possibly take another bite. She crumples onto the nearest sofa, and her sister Cecil snaps at her for that mess of a move. Rizal watches and lets out a laugh, saying, "Mersha doesn't even act like a demon lord." Mersha doesn't miss a beat. She just pats her stomach like she's totally satisfied. Just when things finally feel light, Resha suddenly drops in front of him, and the vibe turns razor-sharp, no words at all. Just a brutal tension as they stare into each other's eyes, faces inches apart. Mersha's sudden movement snaps his focus, and he immediately confirms he felt it too when she reports 3 people loitering at the front gate. She turns to him for his take, because even if their combat powers all over the place, their arrival is a straight-up threat. The intruders aren't just random the summoned heroes, grim and unshaken, standing right in front of the castle walls. From the heroes' point of view, they stare at their destination, and Leo mutters that it only took them a few months. Then the truth hits. He's disappointed because the whole thing feels way too anticlimactic. He shrugs off his companion's warning and insists, "Since the target's the Demon Lord, I'll deal with the negotiations." Banza snaps his tongue, fuming at Leo's reckless charge, as the bald hero strides right up and roars at the demons to drag their lord out right now. 2 demon guards slam the door in his face and bark that he's an impolite orc, so the insult lights a fire in his chest, but instead of rushing in, Leo only grins and says he needs a warm-up before he takes on the Demon Lord. Still, the guard stands her ground, swearing she'll guard that door with her life. While Mayor Shah, Rizal, and Risha stare at the massive monitor, the whole confrontation plays out in front of them, and Mayor Shah realizes they're trapped in a brutal mess. Rizal frowns and snaps that there's no backing out now. He figures he can't just crash in looking like this. Everyone's supposed to think he's dead, so he tells Mayor Shah, "Yeah, I'm changing," and that's exactly what he plans to do. At the castle gates, the tension snapped into a full-blown showdown. Leo, the bald hero, hurled himself forward and slashed his blade out, roaring a dare at the demon guard. Their weapons collided in a blinding burst of energy, and the shockwave slammed both fighters back while the guard barked through the strain. The hero reeled, stunned for a split second. Between them, a strange thing suddenly coalesced from thin air, a huge dark cocoon wrapped in shimmering magic bands, throbbing with power nobody could name. Far off, the other heroes, Banza and Frodo, stared in confusion, while the demon guards couldn't believe their eyes as this wild, magical interruption hit. From the shadows of the castle gate, Demon Lord Mershaw burst out ice-cold fury in her eyes. Right at her side loomed Rizal, dark and unshakable. With a sharp contempt dripping from every word, Mershaw snapped at the intruders that they were trespassing in her castle, and that what they'd done was a straight-up crime. Her overwhelming aura hit the heroes like a punch, and Leo instantly clocked her as an upper-class demon yanking Banza's focus and screaming that striking her head-on could be deadly. Before Banza could move, the demon guards scrambled in panic the moment their lord appeared, stammering apologies and promising to round up troops to wipe out the intruders. But Mayor Shah kept his cool and waved it off. With everyone distracted, Banza seized the opening. This was exactly the kind of high-level demon who might actually talk, and that meant answers were finally within reach. He was about to step forward, then Leo's sharp jab about the demon's arrogance snapped him to a stop, so Banza shot up a hand, told his buddy to wait, and said he'd just hit pause for a second because he had a plan. Then he strode right up to Mayor Shah and Rizal, grabbed the moment, and went straight for them, apologizing for their rude behavior, insisting they weren't from this world and didn't know its customs, admitting they'd heard she was a superior demon, and making it clear they only wanted one answer. He leaned in politely and asked if she'd listen, while Frodo quietly fretted that this might be some sneaky battle scheme, until Leol told them to stop overthinking and let Banza handle the strategy for now. Rizel watched them from the shadows, confirming in his head that these were the summoned heroes who'd caused all that chaos before, and he still couldn't wrap his mind around it. They'd shoved through the front gate and demanded a fight. Then, suddenly, they were bafflingly asking for a conversation. He leaned in toward Mershaw, voice dropping to a whisper, and asked if those exact words, hero and combine, meant anything to her. That question hit a raw nerve. Ban's expression twisted in shock when he realized Rizel had something huge figured out. Rizel stayed ice-cool and confirmed he knew Mayor Shah caught the hero's reaction and leaned in to tell Rizel he looked like he was onto something. Rizel nodded and told her to step back and let him handle it. Then, with her assent, Mayor Shah ordered him to ready a teleport because they were about to move. As Rizel's teleportation spell started to spark into existence, the summoned heroes jolted with panic. Banza clenched his fists and tried to talk himself into believing everything was under control, while Frodo snapped and demanded to know what Rizel was doing. Their questions got crushed into silence because, right under their feet, the magic circle erupted in a blinding flash, runes blazing with unstoppable power. As the brilliance finally died, they tumbled into a pitch-black space that felt totally wrong. Leol stared at the magic circle, amazed for a heartbeat, until realization hit hard and fury took over. He snarled that they'd been played and that grim echo, "Fools for trusting the demon," rattled through the dark like a curse. His outburst slammed through the huge chamber, and then that commanding woman's voice sliced the tension, ordering the summoned heroes to lift their heads. They stared up, faces twisted with pure fear and utter confusion, because a young woman with huge horns stood there, staring back calmly, and then she formally ushered them into the audience with the demon lords. Towering on a raised platform, flanked by Rizel, the horned woman threw her arms wide and roared out her decree. She was the demon lord. That revelation hit the heroes like a punch to the gut. Leol froze, staring as he finally understood. This was the demon lord. Frodo couldn't stop asking how they'd been teleported so perfectly out of nowhere, and Banza could only reel at the sheer madness of being ushered into an audience with their supposed enemy. Shaking off his shock, Banza begged for answers, blurting out what a combined hero really is and why they were summoned in the first place, and the demon lord only smiled like he already had the whole story, promising to explain everything they needed to know about the world. As they were marched down that looming corridor, she started spilling. The truth, turns out the word hero wasn't a metaphor at all. For decades, all the heroes they summoned were just disposable fodder, sacrificed to forge one colossal being, humanity's ultimate weapon, and the arch-nemesis demons, fear. The horrific truth hit Leo like a gut punch he couldn't swallow. Rage exploded out of him as he demanded rock-solid proof against the human kingdom, screaming that she was playing him for a fool while Frodo begged him to calm down. Bans just stood there with despair etched into his face, and in that moment he finally got it. This was the truth, and he knew it. Just as despair swallowed the room, the demon lord's voice cut through, and Mayor Shah, perched above them, shot the heroes' distrust down like a snap of thunder, scolding their short fuses before declaring, "Now it's Rizel's turn." Rizel stepped up, and Leo and Frodo stared in baffled confusion, demanding who he even was. But Rizel only smiled calmly and said it had been a while, warning them they wouldn't recognize him in what he was wearing. He cut through their silence, demanded to know what's wrong. Then the heroes froze in stunned disbelief. Van stammered as he finally recognized him, while Leoel blurted that he was supposed to be dead, and Raisel just smiled and said, "I've got something you need to see." He lifted a tiny, glowing object. Leoel narrowed his eyes and accused him of another trick, so Raisel shrugged and told them to check for themselves. The device in his grip blazed with light, and a vision slammed straight into their minds. Boom! They were staring at a royal office where the king sat behind his desk, and right in front of him stood a light-haired young man with bandaged eyes, while the number 39,124 hovered above his head. The vision snapped into focus sharper than anything Banza had ever seen, and he instantly recognized it as the king's office. Frodo couldn't stop staring at the fine details, but Leo went pale and blurted, shocked, how Rizel could possibly know it. As they reeled, Mersha grinned, pleased it all lined up so neatly while the vision zeroed in on the stranger standing before the king, someone the heroes had never even laid eyes on inside the palace walls. His face instantly lit a debate. Banzan swore he looked like a regular human, but Frodo stayed stubborn, insisting nothing would trick him, and Rizel cut through it all by declaring the truth. This figure was the merged hero, made from all of them. Then he pointed them to the number and told them it was the combat power. He'd read from the hero the moment he arrived in this world. That cold number 39,124 lodged in Frodo's head, and then it hit him like a blade. Why would the kingdom summon them if it already had someone that terrifying? The truth finally clicked. This was the result of all the heroes who'd been called in and fused together, over and over, until time itself built a monster. His realization hit the group like a thunderclap of despair. Bansa screamed that it meant there was no way back to their world. Frodo sagged in total defeat, swearing he'd never see his family again, and Leo slammed his fist down, rage bursting out of him as he cursed everything. Then, Murch's voice cut through the panic and confirmed their worst fear. The summoned heroes were never meant to survive. This was the trap from the very start. She rose from her throne and let her voice drip with bitterness she'd carried for years, saying the demons were crushed by the humans' sheer numbers and brutal force, and then she slammed the words down like it was the only truth their world would ever know. Her eyes sharpened into cold, furious fire, and she made it brutally clear, don't even dream you'll get off easy. This wasn't just anger. It was hatred forged through years of torture, fueled by the suffering she's watched tear through their families, friends, and comrades, and it wanted revenge. Bands had already dropped to their knees, his voice shredding as he begged them for mercy. He'd trade anything to be a laborer, even a slave. Just don't kill him. The demon lord didn't budge. He just stared past him at Leo and Frodo, then calmly asked what they thought. Leol wore desperation like armor and muttered that he had to get home, no matter what. Then, Frodo stepped into the chorus, pleading for their lives. The three heroes dropped to their knees in the throne room, their voices cracking through the air as they begged the Lord of Demons for mercy and survival. A slow, chilling smile crawled over her face as she stared down at the man begging for his life, and then her voice slithered out full of malice. I get it. Then here's your first order. Her words hit like a hammer. The three of them would be turned into dead corpses. Her words crashed into the silence, and the three heroes just froze, staring back as disbelief twisted into dawning horror. Inside the royal castle, the king pored over a grim report some mixed band of human and demon adventurers had clashed, but only the human walked away alive. They tried to label it an accident, yet the punishment they drafted was just a single year in prison, way too soft in his eyes. He couldn't stop thinking that, by demon law, that act would have meant execution without question. Elsewhere, a dark-haired noble with his locks tied back nodded along as he slogged through the paperwork, grumbling that the whole court case was a headache, and he'd rather not deal with all those pain reports then. Out of nowhere, a blinding halo of light burst into the air above him. A brutal crash tore through the room, smashing his thoughts into pieces, while the king, miles away, flinched just as hard. The noble cradled his head in terror, blurting that a pillar might have collapsed. The thud hit the floor like a hammer in the noble's office. Then one of the summoned heroes crumpled there, barely breathing, a faint groan slipping from his lips. He wasn't alone when the noble's eyes locked onto the nightmare in front of him. Pure terror hit like a punch, because three dead bodies now lay scattered across his office floor. Stammering through disbelief, He stared at the horrific wounds and dread crashed over him as he saw gaping holes ripped through their guts. Then the same brutal question hammered his mind. Why were they in his office? Nothing about it made sense, and it crushed him into a desperate choice. Sweat poured down his brow as he thought, this can't be real, it's a nightmare. This wasn't a dream. An hour earlier in the Demon King's castle, it all kicked off. Mersha sat on her throne, rose in reach beside her, and addressed the three summoned heroes, then delivered her first command. Go on, become corpses. Her command hit the group like a slap disbelief, and fury exploded at once. Frodo, eyes popping behind his glasses, accused her of pulling a trick, while Leo snapped in rage, demanding to know exactly what she meant. She met their shock head-on with a chilling, unblinking stare, her face giving nothing away, and then she calmly said, I told you, I only speak the truth. Rizal leaned in and told her to stop toying with the summoned heroes, so with a cackling laugh, the Demon Lord nodded and admitted she just wanted to watch them get completely dumbfounded, because the heroes could only gawk in total shock and confusion. Mershaw finally gave a calm apology, admitting she'd been holding on to a grudge. Then, Rizal, beads of sweat on his brow, snapped that her words had already set the bald warrior off. Leo's expression twisted with pure fury as he demanded to know why she couldn't at least rein in her pranks. He brushed off Banz's attempts to calm him and snapped that, sure, he might be simple and rush before thinking, but he still wanted a real explanation that actually made sense. Mayor Shah cut in with a small, knowing smile and warned him to stop insulting himself, then said she only liked honest men like him. After that, she turned her head slightly, and her expression cooled into something more neutral. She snapped her gaze to Rizal and asked if he could take over from here. Then he nodded, calm as ever, and said he'd handle it. Right as he was about to speak, the hero couldn't stop spiraling. How did he survive after everyone said he was dead? Frodo kept pressing, asking how he tricked both the assassins and the king, while Banzer tossed out wild ideas about some kind of illusion magic. Leol, still seething, couldn't shake the thought that they might have been brainwashed. Rizal sliced through their theories with one blunt bombshell. He had made a fake body, then the heroes froze on the spot. Frodo clocked the truth. Banza cringed at what it meant, and Leol just kept repeating it, stuck in raw disbelief. Leo snapped, demanding answers, and Banza's face turned grim as he decided Rizal must have murdered someone just to get that body fed up. Rizal shot back that he built his own body and killed nobody, while Mershaw off to the side fought back a laugh, because of course they didn't trust him one bit. Leo jerked back, freaking out that he couldn't handle ghosts, while Frodo pressed Rizal like, So, you're the fake one? Rizal grinned and slid over a tiny card-shaped device, saying it was his multi-purpose cell that let him craft a clone. Then he admitted the spell was a tangled mess of many others, and their world just doesn't know clone magic well enough to truly get how it works. And the heroes stared on, all. Leo muttered that even if they swore Rizal was a clone, the fact that he was still alive just rubbed him the wrong way. Still, he admitted it beat dying in battle. Banza snapped, asking what a clone even meant, and Leo freaked out at the idea of some doppelganger of himself walking around Rizal. Agreed Banza's theory was basically right, then paused and started pointing out the catch: the clones can't be sustained. He slams his fist and demands they use the clones this time. Brushing off every objection, Leo even flinches in shock. Then, Mershop quickly apologizes for Rizal's stubbornness and begs the heroes to help rein him in. A burst of raw magic rips through the air and the shapes start forming right before their eyes. The three heroes freeze, staring in total shock at their flawless, naked twin clones. Leo can't even believe how exactly one of them matches him. Rizal snaps back that these are top-tier clones, made to pull off death fakes, but he has to underline the catch: they can't keep themselves alive. Frodo blurts out a hard question: what are they supposed to do with the bodies, since dumping them in human territory is a death sentence? So Bansa nods and says they'll never be recognized, and Rizal promises he's got a plan. Then, Mersha lays it out. They'll ship the clones straight to the king's office, with a letter packed full of their own magic. Elsewhere in a glittering bedchamber, a nobleman with a dark goatee groans and jerks awake as someone rips him from his sleep. His eyes snapped open, and right beside his bed stood Regius, grinning with pure relief. His Majesty was awake at last. Regius said they'd heard his screams, tore into the room, and found him surrounded by corpses. The memory crashes back into him, so the nobleman jerks upright, eyes blazing with panic, and demands to know what happened to the bodies. He leans in as Regius tells him that once they identified the remains, the corpses were confirmed as the 3 summoned heroes, and the nobleman, cold and furious, snaps that the demon lord has finally gone too far. Then, Regius cuts in with a weird detail. The bodies showed up way too fast. Regius shoots back to the anomaly with a flat, rectangular device, like it's the key to everything. Then the nobleman squints at it, suspicion burning, and demands to know what the heck it is. He snatches the device and finds the bodies were set beside it in a chilling letter. Then he clocks the truth. This is a teleportation tool with a jaw-dropping 20,000-kilometer range when he measures the 4,000 kilometers to the Demon Lord's castle. Grim certainty hits this was nobler than he ever imagined. Rage twisted his face as the noble barked, demanding to know how demons pulled off that insane feat. Did they really dig up some retired sage? And that letter, what about it? Before his tirade could roar on, Regius cut in, stepping forward and thrusting the document out with a bold declaration. Here it is. As he read, Demon Lord Mershaw's words oozed with mockery. She thanked the human king for the 3 summoned heroes, then bragged that the demons had already handled the sleeping ancient dragon, so they didn't need him anymore. Next, she announced, she was wiping away the dragon's conditions, accepting his war through the heroes, and even flipping their trade agreements with major changes. Then the letter ended with a smug little note about how delicious dragon meat was, and the noble trembled, choking back pure rage. The noble snapped, pounding his fist onto the table as he screamed that the letter was outrageous because they were meant to make the first move, not get hit first when Demon Lord declared war on them. Regius begged the Majesty to cool off, insisting that this kind of rage would wreck his body. But his pleas vanished the moment the noble's fury took over. He waved off Regius's idea to scout first, dismissed the letter as empty talk, and ordered Regius to ready the combined hero for the fight, burn the demons' ground, and cut every last one down. When Regius stalled, the noble's voice sank into a chilling whisper. Would he like to be executed for treason? Cornered, Regius had no choice but to nod and obey. Left alone in the dark, the noble swallowed his pride and seeded the moment, swearing he'd send the combined hero to put that insolent demon lord back in her place, and he was sure her arrogance wouldn't last. From the castle, a cruel laugh rolled out, and he reveled like victory was already in his hands. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Mershaw erupted into wild laughter, jabbed the air like she'd just won, and yelled for everyone to look because the king had totally taken the bait from Rizel's pranks. The 3 summoned heroes were lounging like they owned the place, watching her play it all up, while one muttered that she wasn't anything special. Just a bratty little girl. Mershaw let out a laugh. Even she couldn't believe he'd buy every last trick. Then, Rizel confessed it was his own plan to slap a shock button onto the teleport device. Because he'd already nailed it, the king wouldn't listen to a word. As she replayed the moment in her mind, Mersha lit up. She realized the king had actually shoved it forward. Rizel grinned and confirmed it, saying that with that, the whole message would reach him any moment now. Back in the present, the heroes looked at how the tables had flipped. Banzan couldn't stop praising the VIP treatment they got. Frodo kicked himself for not seeing the truth earlier, and Leo was hit with a wave of shame. Riesel just watched them all finally breathe easy, and Mayor Shaw admitted they were lucky they got cloned before they were ever forced to fuse with someone else, and they all agreed cloning was 1,000 times better than getting merged. Later, Riesel sat alone when a knock suddenly slammed his door. Then a voice on the other side announced the teleportation device that had been sent for the food. Riesel barely glanced up, nodded, and ordered them to come in. He takes the letter from Demon Lord Mershaw, and she beams like she's already counting on him again, so he just nods, says, "Good work," and slips out as the door shuts with a click. While that letter is the only reply the human ever sent. She drops into her seat, sealed envelope in hand, her face shifting to deep thought as she braces herself. What did the humans write back? Elsewhere, Riesel squares up against the summoned heroes, smirk razor-sharp as if he owns the room. Then I ask about the letter, and he flashes a wicked grin. The king fell for it, and the heroes are left staring, terrified and tense. A month later, out in the brutal Minaris desert, the human kingdom finally declares war, blaming the demons for breaking the human-demon treaty, and they unleash their last, terrifying ace. The combined hero built to scorch the demon land into a sea of fire. That declaration crushes the summoned heroes with weight. Leol notices the war is finally igniting. Frodo admits he's never felt this nervous in his life, and Banzik straight up says this is the first time he'll ever face an enemy stronger than himself. Mayor Shaw hears Riesel's assessment, then locks eyes with him, questions blazing in his gaze as he demands to know what Riesel is really saying. He answers with ice-cold calm, brushing off her worries before they even fully form, and flat out tells her she won't have a shot to shine in the upcoming battle anyway. He sounds so confident, so casually dismissive, that the three heroes are left totally rattled like they can't even grasp what he just meant. He lays out his plan, saying the humans want this war to end fast with a smaller force, prove the combined heroes' power, crush everything, and claim total dominance. And since they're fixated on that one idea, he figures they won't bother with tricky moves like an ambush. His plan snaps into focus. He's going straight for the combined heroes himself, and he swears that if he wipes out their ultimate trump card, he'll shatter the humans' morale to pieces. Then Mayor Shah steps in, throwing his full weight behind that reckless move. But the heroes go still, staring in horror, because they instantly see the monster-level risk he's daring them to face. His audacious vow hung there, heavy as thunder, with his shadow looming behind Demon Lord. Mersha he'd take on the combined hero team alone. Mersha's face tightened, then steadied, like she was bracing to meet every ounce of that challenge head-on. Under the bright, full-moon glow, Riesel stands before that massive castle, running through his final preparations in his head, and he mutters that this is enough. Right behind him, Banzo slips up, greets him, and fires off a question. Why's he up so early? Is this just a morning stroll, or is he scrambling for last-minute prep for the battle that's about to explode Banzo? Ban spots a glowing sphere hovering nearby and demands to know if everything they're doing is for it. Riesel nods and says, "It's a magic device that receives images placed all over the Demon Lord's lands, even right inside the castle." He's left speechless, staring in shock at how many magic stones it would take to blanket the whole territory. And then Riesel stays calm and explains he'd only been short a few, but Frodo covered the rest, thanks to his crazy storage magic. Still reeling from the sheer scale of it all, Banza blurts out why Riesel is laying down all these tools because there's no way he finished this in one day. Not when the battle was only decided yesterday. Riesel just grins and tells him the truth. He's going to broadcast the showdown between the Demon Lord and the combined hero. And then it hits Banza. Panic, full body because the danger never was the Demon Lord. It was Riesel. He demands to know why this broadcast is happening, and Riesel fires back that it's meant to show the whole world the Demon Lord's real power so nobody dares touch her territory even while she's gone. His confusion spikes. The second her absence gets brought up, Rizal's smile drops, seriousness flooding his face as he admits his real plan. He's bringing her into his world. And there's one enemy there he has to crush. The shock hits Banza like a punch to the gut. Cold sweat erupts, his mind scrambling to accept there's an enemy even Rizal can't beat. A monster beyond what the summon heroes can handle. Even with shock rattling through him, Banza jumps in and backs the plan. Then Rizal strides off, thanking him, and Banza only mutters how relieved he is they didn't have to tear into each other. Out on a brutal, empty shoreline, Serena presses a magical device to her lips as the waves around it snap and crackle with power. She does a fast sound check, and her voice echoes out into the desolation. She kicks off her speech with a thunderous roar that shakes every demon in the room, then declares the long-awaited showdown between the Demon Lord and the combined hero is finally starting. With wild fanfare, she promises that out in the west of Molina's desert, the age of oppression is about to get ripped away for good. Introducing herself as Serena, the Demon Lord's close guard, she confirms she'll be the one calling every move. Up on a balcony, Mayor Shah and her handmaiden stare at the broadcast only for the handmaiden to snap back. It's live! She scans the enemy army and realizes their ranks are smaller than she expected, and Rizal fills her in. It's because they never truly counted on demon strength. And then war was declared out of nowhere. Out on the field, the combined hero smirks and goes, "Only 2 opponents? That's not a challenge, that's proof they're seriously underestimating me." Then he snaps his fingers and calls the Demon Lord by name, "Yo, Mersha." And with a smirk on his face, he taunts, like it's been ages, and she's become something truly dangerous. His voice snaps into dismissive mode as he shrugs off the whole thing, insisting his heart won't budge, especially from someone he can't even be bothered to remember. Then he loudly wonders where the goddess went, acting like he's the only one who matters, and claiming he's more than enough to handle the job himself. Rizal storms back with the Demon Lord and blurts, "Can you feel the goddess?" And Mershaw confirms she's there, then scoffs that she's not ready for a real fight because this whole thing looks boring to her. Then, bam, something clicks in Mershaw's head. The city is supposed to be empty. When her words hit him, Rizal freezes in the middle of this empty city. Then it all clicks. He suddenly remembers what matters. With a sheepish apology for his clumsiness, he asks Mersha to take over the fight, and she narrows her eyes, barking back that he's up to his usual tricks again. She sighs, clearly fed up, then tells him to just do it right, like she knows he's walking out no matter what she says. With a grin, he tells her he's counting the days, then slips out. Mersha waves him off like it's nothing, sure as ever that the fight will be wrapped up before he even returns. Her opponent clocks that she's alone now and starts taunting her, asking if she's really going to face him by herself, then smirks that he wouldn't mind if she threw every last one of her forces at him. The Demon Lord bursts into wild laughter, leaving the hero completely stunned. She mocks how he can't grasp the massive gap between their powers, and she can't stop giggling at the fact that she once feared someone. This small fry, right as she talks, dark little wings unfurl from her back. She snickered at the hero's weakness, laughing that he took her bait so fast, then her taunts lit a fire under him, and the enraged hero snapped that he'd finish this alone, ordering his friends to back off, while they all nodded from the sidelines, saying that the hero's declaration got answered in one brutal roar. The Demon Lord snapped that today would be his last day, and the hero hit back with the same fury, jaw clenched, face hardening into a grim, unbreakable resolve. He wasted zero time, sprinting in with his sword raised high and bragging he'd finish this in 10 seconds, then he tore the air apart with a blinding, lightning-fast slash of energy. And Mersh's eyes went wide at the sheer speed and raw power. The brutal hit slammed down and blew Mersha's position apart in a roaring burst of light and raw force, making the hero choke and cough as the strain of his own massive energy output crashed back into him. As the dust finally cleared, Mershaw hung in the air unhurt, totally untouched. She stared down at him with pure disdain, baffled that he couldn't even dodge something like that. The hero snapped with a frustrated grunt, then panicked as he realized his healing was dragging on way too long. He clenched his teeth and insisted to himself that the damage was barely anything while from the shadows. Mersh's eye flashed and a tiny orb of dark energy began to form before her. A tiny orb detonated in a blinding burst, and the hero didn't even have time to react. He scoffed, swearing the blast was just petty tricks then. In the blink of distraction, a shadowy energy tendril shot through his chest from behind. Blood splattered as the unexpected hit knocked the breath out of him. Only one thought burned through his skull. Use his full heal magic now. But before he could move, Mershas popped up behind him and called him an idiot, her hand cradling a swirling vortex of dark power. His wounds melted away the moment his healing magic kicked in, and then boom, furious rage surged as he demanded to know how she even dared. Mayor Shaw only grinned, thanked him for his patience while she finished her own full recovery, and pointed at the huge, dark gash in her chest as it slammed shut in real time. Then she mused that there were plenty of reasons he shouldn't have gotten that cocky, and when her words landed, he and his companion were left completely stunned. She floats above him with her power fully back on, then drops the harsh truth of it all. She's strong, he's weak, and that's the whole fight. Her words hit like a finishing blow combined with his grievous wounds. The hero staggers back and collapses onto the ground, barely managing a feigned nod before his strength cuts out, while she just watches his defeat with a calm, stone-cold face. She shoves her whole internal rant aside with a cold little dismissal, then just mutters, "How boring." While everyone watching the broadcast can't even believe their eyes, Risha, the summoning goddess, fixes her gaze on the projection, then breaks into stunned stammering as she watches the hero get utterly crushed. From where Serena stood, the demon warrior in her chest burned with disappointment. This one-sided brawl looked unbelievable, and it was nothing but a dull, empty spectacle. A voice you can't see booms across the whole realm, shouting that the demon lord has crushed everything. Victory, loud and final, for all to hear. As the victory bell rings and the win gets officially called, the broadcast slams shut with one last shout of glory to the demon lord right before the transmission dies. With the battle finally done, Mayor Shaw snaps his attention to Rizel, who somehow popped up right nearby, rocking a pair of horns as a disguise, and asks if he's been watching. Rizel nods, says he's seen everything, and with a smile praises her insane performance, then adds that he's just wrapped up his own business. She lets out a sigh and blurts, "So what were you doing?" Rizel grins and admits he stole the combined hero's device. Leaving Mayor Shaw stunned, then politely asks for a chance to explain how it works. She's flustered and demands to know if he even analyzed it, and he smirks back. "I did within seconds." He whips his eyes to the sky and barks an order straight to the god of summoning, declaring he has the hero's device and demanding the deity show up right now. He waited and waited, but the sky stayed empty, no sign of her. Then he realized it. The goddess wasn't there. Mershon stood right beside him and clocked the truth. She wasn't staying on the base. His confidence didn't budge. He just shrugged and said it didn't matter, because she'd show up eventually, even if his own summons had been way too loud. Mayor Shaw was blown away by his bold push, practically chomping at the bit to move forward. With a small, smug smile, he agreed. Then he finally let the real plan slip, saying it was time to kick off the experiment, one that would involve him and the combined hero. Mershad waves Rizel off with a dismissive flick, swearing she'll be done with her task long before he even comes back, then boldly declaring she'll be okay with him or without him, while Rizel just smirks and says he'll be looking forward to it. He whips his gaze down to a snow-choked town, scans the defenses in seconds, and decides they're so pathetic he can snatch the combination device without a single problem. He stares at the glowing map, locks in on his target's exact location, and checks the schematics. Everything says the device is right up ahead. He barges into the chamber, and it's exactly as he'd predicted. totally empty. The device sits on a pedestal wide open and unguarded. He sweeps the room with his eyes for traps, spots none, and can't shake the question, is this pure carelessness or smug arrogance? He grabs the object and immediately clocks how suspiciously easy it was to get. But when nothing alarms or triggers, he smirks and wastes no time using the gap to tear into it, until a slow grin creeps across his face as he finally sees what it could do, labeling it as the perfect tool. His mission's over, so he goes straight to Mayor Shaw, who's just wiped the last of her battle off the battlefield. She asks if he saw her fight, and he nods, praising her moves without holding back. Then she turns the question on him. What was he doing? And he casually drops that he'd been stealing the combination device, and Mayor Shaw just freezes, speechless. He tells them to calm down, hunt for an audience, then leans in and asks if she's ready to try the device on something right now, and even though she's flustered, she nods, agrees to the full detailed run-through and insists it's totally fine. His voice cuts across the barren wasteland, blasting into the void as he calls out to the one no one can see. He declares he's got the summoning combo device and orders the god of summons to show up right now. After a beat of dead silence, Mershaw leans in and realizes their target isn't showing up, and Rysel nods, saying this god isn't the kind you can lure that easily. She snaps her tone around in a heartbeat. Who cares? Their target's gotta show up sooner or later, and with a sharp, determined grin, she practically orders, "Let's hit the device right now." Rysel tore his gaze away from her and told her the combo device experiment was still happening, but this time it would be just him and the combined hero. When she heard that, Mersha's face dropped into stunned confusion like, wait, why wasn't the experiment supposed to be with her? She pushed the idea harder, insisting they should use the device on her instead, and Rysel snapped back, revealing the truth. It doesn't just transfer, it drinks in the magic power from one person and feeds it to another, supercharging their max capacity. He stared her down, demanding she couldn't possibly miss the meaning behind his explanation, and Mershaw just gawked back, still completely baffled. Staring at her growing confusion, he bluntly declared that, at her absolute max capacity, she was way stronger than he'd ever be. Then, Mayor Shah finally caught on and blurted out, stunned, "So you're really stronger?" He smirked and, with that smile, let his real craving slip out. He wanted a fighter by his side, someone with the spark to get even stronger. Strong enough to outshine him, and the idea of beating Rysel completely froze Mershaw for a breath. As she finally started to get it, he snapped the truth into focus. This wasn't some random device test. It was how he planned to empower her so she couldn't block him. And when he leaned in close, he dropped the last secret of all the device links the summoning goddess to a magical mind core. Rysel leans in and lays out the truth of the artifact, stunning Mershaw as he reveals it's tied to the goddess Rishaw, and it can bend minds. Then he smirks, claiming his superior mastery, and pushes the bold idea that he should be the one to wield that power. She grimaces hard, like the idea just hits a nerve, and after a tense beat of thinking, Mershaw finally nods. She can't poke holes in his logic, even if he's clearly going to push forward anyway. Still, she presses her worries, asking if the procedure is truly safe. Then Rysel just smirks and fires back, "You'll never know what could happen unless we try it ourselves." A grin spreads across his face like fire as he kicks off their experiment, saying it would thrill his sister Cecil to the bone. Then he slams the moment home. "All right, it's time to start." He slams the device on, locks eyes with the target. A dignified old man sprawled in a deep trance, and then a blazing light detonates around Rysel as he grunts through it, forcing that massive power to surge. That burst of light hits so hard, Mayor Shai has to slam a hand over her eyes, yet Rysel stays stone calm, shuts his own eyes and checks the link. He's sure the connection fired perfectly, and more importantly, he's still fully in control of himself. Mershaw fires off a jittery status request, then swings open his hands glowing like they're stuffed full of mana and tells you the power is massive, but he can rein it in, ending with a confident grin. The experiment's a success. Her jaw hits the floor. Both fists clenched as she points at him like he's impossible, shouting at how he actually pulled it off. Just as they're about to enjoy the moment, an armored figure crashes in and interrupts everything Mershaw whips around, wondering if it's the enemy troops captain, and Riesel shrugs that her guess is right, but the captain's face turns grim as he mutters, "This isn't how I thought it would go." His grim face snaps into straight-up terror the moment he spots the artifact in Riesel's hands. Then he demands to know why it's here. Riesel stays calm and tells the foolish human the truth. They stole it, and the captain erupts in disbelief, swearing it should have been locked away in the palace's deepest depths. He stays rooted while a disembodied voice locks onto him and speaks straight to his face. Then a faintly glowing scroll blossoms in midair, and the voice orders him to deliver the message straight to his king. Goddess Risha's voice crackles to life from somewhere untouchable, blasting her ultimatum across the sky. Then she hits humanity with one final warning and demands they surrender. The moment the captain gets the scroll, his calm smashes to pieces. Terror hits like a tidal wave when he understands what this job will cost him. He knows that if he dares to hand it to the king, torture and death will be waiting for him the second he fails. Riesel clocks his fear and, with a laid-back smirk, threatens to deliver the captain's head to the kingdom as a bonus if he's too scared of his king making the captain jump and blurt, "I understand." Then Mayor Shah cuts in fast, promising they'll help him before the execution, the same way they saved the summoned heroes, and begs him to come with them so the horrified captain whirls around and bolts. He screams a frantic order at his confused soldiers' retreat. No questions, no thinking, just run. As the captain and his men peel away, Mershaw stares like nothing's wrong, and Riesel blurts that maybe the king won't even get the message. Meanwhile, that fleeing captain swallows his panic and vows in silence if this is a trick, he'll remember them right up to death. Standing there staring down a monstrous enemy army laid out before them, Mershaw snaps that they should teleport them out of the fight, but Riesel shuts it down cold, yelling that they need every second they've got. Mershaw only lets out a tired sigh, because she's got no other move. He lays out his logic, saying he's dying to try brand new tactics with his freshly expanded mana pool, and Mershaw leans in, eyes focused, already turning his plan over in her head. She pouts and grumbles that it's totally unfair he's the one getting all the new abilities, even though she's the one who crushed the combined hero, so Riesel just smirks and tells her she's clearly in a bad mood. He leans in, eyes flashing with confidence, and tells her, "Don't worry." Then he drops the real bombshell he's been cooking up, the ultimate trump card just for her. Her annoyance evaporates on the spot, snapping into stunned, wide-eyed shock and pure curiosity. Now that everything's settled, he slams the moment into place-time to march back to the castle, because Cecil and the others are probably already cooking up a feast. He and the group cross the paved courtyard, and then, wham, something up ahead snags his focus. A massive pack of demons swarms in, chanting to welcome them, and right in the middle stands Mersha Risha at her side, plus the rest of her top court waiting, jaws set, for their triumphant return. Mercia's face erupts in pure joy. She throws her head back and laughs like she can't believe her luck, while Riesel beside her just smiles softly, eyes full of warmth. The celebration explodes the moment Mayor Shah gets swept into a tight, tear-filled embrace by her sister, Cecil, while Serena, Risha, and all the other demons around them roar with cheers and laughter. Yet in the crowd, a young demon boy just stares, completely stunned. A demon chef grins like he just won, proudly unveiling a gigantic platter loaded with a hulking roast, while Mersha and Cecil lock eyes on the feast, starving, and Rizal watches with a calm, satisfied smile. From a little distance, he watches the whole celebration blaze with life. Then, later that night, The noise finally dies down. In a huge bed, Mershaw slips beside her sister Cecile and quietly calls out to her. She listened while her sister Cecile poured out the news like it couldn't possibly be real, saying Mayor Shah really had beaten the combined hero, and her voice was full of stunned awe. Then her eyes locked on, only to find her own hand lying on the bedsheets, and she couldn't help blurting out in awe that it was that same hand that pulled off the impossible. She admitted it straight up back then. Pure terror hit her, and even now, a shiver still runs through her from the fear that crushed her while she fought. Marisha reached for Cecil's shaking hand and squeezed it tight, calming her with one steady truth. This wasn't just any grip, it was a demon lord's proud hand, the kind that's already shielded their people and their country, and with that single massive step, Marisha met her sister's eyes and swore no matter how near or far Rizel is, they'll defend this place together, using Cecil's strength as well. Just outside the chamber door, Rizel was pressed against the wall, blindsiding nothing he'd heard every word of their heartfelt promise. He let out a quiet nod to himself and swore they'd back it up, protecting this country and this world side by side. At the foot of a massive staircase inside the Demon Lord's castle, soldiers huddle in tight fear as a single-horned Cecil kneels at the bottom, and Demon Lord Mayor Shaw stands at the top, ready to lay down his words. Her voice cuts through the chaos, barking for silence, and Marisha fires back. The combined hero's threat is gone, but they're not off the hook. Stay sharp. Then she drops her bombshell plan. She's heading to another world to train side by side with Rizel, the hero who's beyond the horizon. Cecile keeps her head bowed as unease spreads like wildfire through the ranks, and the soldiers whisper to each other, faces tight with worry because their lords are about to leave. At Mercia's command, Cecile bolts upright, and then the Demon Lord steadies everyone, telling her subjects, "Don't panic, I left all my wisdom in someone else's hands." She proudly declares that, while she's gone, every bit of authority will be handed straight to her sister. Cecil then, Mershaw basically admits to Cecil's obvious irritation that Cecil's still training, yet her political instincts already blow everyone else out of the water, and she ends by daring the crowd to speak up if anyone dares to object. Once everything's settled, Mayor Shaw nudges her sister to speak up, and Cecil strides forward like she owns the room, telling the crowd straight up that she's not about to be naive, and that everyone better buckle down and grind toward their goals while the Demon Lord is away. Her eyes snap open, her face tightens into a terrifying glare, and she drives her command home with a sharp, cutting puncture. That sudden rush of intensity blinds Mayor Shaw, and she stammers that her sister should rein it in a little, only to watch the soldiers get totally cowed and blurt out their yeses in perfect, terrified unison. A few days later, the story flips hard. Mayor Shaw stands out on the open ocean, hair whipping in the wind, looking straight up furious. She demands to know why they're stuck in the middle of nowhere, and Rizel tells her the truth. They're here to learn self-strengthening spells. She grills him about where this training is supposed to happen, and he just nods, like it's obvious, then tells her to scoot back a little. He started channeling his power, and a dazzling ring of light snapped into place around his feet. Mershaw stared, jaw set, thinking, "Come on, Rizel already taking forever to cast that spell." A blinding flash tore through the room. Mersha's eyes snapped wide, her jaw dropped as she stammered, "Wah, Dr. Thrall." As the lights faded, a colossal, powerfully built dragon slammed into Rizel's spot. Mershaw jolted back in shock and screamed that a dragon was here. That draconic head snapped toward her, and somehow its voice stayed weirdly calm when it spoke. "Glad you asked." Her fear flickered into curiosity, and Mershaw couldn't help wondering if that huge body would make casting spells harder. Her unanswered questions hit like lightning, and suddenly it all clicked. This was the self-strengthening spell he'd been talking about. The moment the truth landed, the dragon started hoarding a brutal surge of energy, and Mershaw had no choice but to grunt and brace herself as the pressure crushed down on her. The demon lord Mersha stared at Rizel, demanding to know if he'd finally snapped back into his human form. Then she calmly told her to study his body more closely, and that simple invitation totally threw her off for a beat. Her confusion snaps into clarity when she feels that dragon stuff clinging to the magic floating around him, and she realizes he must have used a humanization technique. She blurts, stunned that he somehow figured out how to be both human and dragon at the same time. He keeps pushing for details, grilling her on the pros and cons of that double state, and when she smirks and snaps, "Your take is right," insisting there are no downsides, it instantly grinds him the wrong way. She breaks it all down. Dragons crush everything with rare, brutal spells, but their huge, slow bodies hold them back, and humans can't even steer that monster's massive mana. Then it hits her like lightning. If some human could command a dragon's superior spells, that would be the perfect combo. He snaps in with her answer, saying this form supercharges his body and pairs it with the dragon's one-of-a-kind spells. Then, Mershaw grins and declares the twist, turn into a human, without shutting off the dragon form, and every weakness just vanishes. Together, it's human speed and sharp thinking fused with dragon-level toughness and survival, creating a non-stop self-boosting powerhouse. The idea locks into her head like armor self-strengthening. Nothing less, to become a dragon, she thinks, you've got to beat one first. And it hits her. This is the strategy she's never even dared to imagine. That realization hits hard, and suddenly, self-doubt crashes in her voice. Trembles as she admits she doesn't know if she can ever pull off a technique at that level. And Rizel snaps, grabs her, and orders her to shut down those words right now. He snaps her uncertainty out of the air, insisting her dragon form is born from her massive mana, making her the perfect pick for the technique. And then he admits he couldn't cast this ultimate spell until he fused with a combined hero himself, proving just how tailor-made she is for his. His anger starts to fade when he realizes her chronic low self-esteem didn't just appear. It's been carved by years of abuse. So he stops fighting the surface and tells her this habit isn't random, it's wired into how she thinks. Then he steps up and claims his role as her mentor, swearing he'll help her rebuild her confidence. Right as she breaks down, apologizes, and smiles like she finally believes someone can help. Her warm yes makes his whole world brighten. He declares her spirit is exactly what he's been looking for, and says her very first step on this journey is learning the art of self-strengthening. He hands Mayor Shaw an ornate bracelet and tells her to put it on. Then, as she stares in awe and asks what it is, he reveals the truth. This thing will ease the weight of her training and even help stabilize her magic with a small spell. Then, he fires off one last brutal instruction she has to shift into both dragon and human, while that bracelet stays on her wrist and she clenches her resolve and screams that she'll give it everything she's got right after that. Her training kicks off and runs straight through the night in full mode. After a while, Rizel sinks into silence, staring at a glowing interface until Mercia's voice booms down the hall, calling his name like pure excitement. She bursts in, glowing with pride, and announces like a victory speech that she finally nailed the dragon. Human transformation technique, then she can't wait and asks if he wants to see her new form. Rizel pauses, stunned, and stares at her with real, jaw-dropped amazement. Mershaw whips around to Rizel, still trapped as a tiny dragon, and says she's got to ask him something. The sight jolts his mind with a flashback to the moment he couldn't undo his draconic form. She then starts grilling this combined hero, straight up saying she expected way more, and ending up disappointed like big time. With cheeks puffed as she huffs, she tells Rizel that if he wants the real answer, he should stop talking and go find out for himself. He takes her words to heart, snaps back into his human form, then sits in quiet awe under the night sky staring at the blazing full moon as he blurts out one curious question. His words rip the calm right out of her. She freezes, stammers, and demands he explain why he's obsessed with the moon, because no one could possibly live up there. He calmly asks if she's sure this isn't worth investigating, like he already knows she'll cave. And as she regains her poise, Mayor Sean shrugs and waves him through, admitting it'd be a huge discovery if you were a pull. Right after he makes the call, a tiny insect-like drone chirps awake and bursts into the air, its buzzing mechanical wings whipping upward as it rockets straight toward the moonlit night sky. The drone finally dives into its destination and hovers over the moon. And when its sensors lock in, they expose something wild, a towering, slender white tower standing all by itself, sealed inside a glimmering, see-through dome. Meanwhile, out in a windswept clearing on the planet's surface, Serena, the demon warrior, stood alone, eyes locked on a giant tree far off, perfectly still like she was weighing her next move. The wind slashes through the clearing, snapping her long ponytail in the air as she stays perfectly still, trapped in her own thoughts. Her eyes stay shut, her face set in quiet, aching resolve, as if a haunting memory just crawled up from nowhere. A flash of realization sparks in Rizel's eye, and his slitted pupil tightens for a split second. On the balcony, Mayor Shah thrusts forward over her teacup, her eyes locked in anticipation as she demands his report. He smirks with full confidence and basically confirms every fear she has. He's certain of it, and then it hits someone deliberately, cut his link to the drone. His eyes slide up to the full moon, and a huge, excited grin cracks across his face as he blurts out in awe that, wait, someone truly powerful is out there. His casual excitement triggers Ersha's violent reaction. She slams both hands on the table, eyes blazing with disbelief, and snaps that there's no way something like that is really up there. She flails at him, insisting that in her several hundred years of life she's never once heard of something like this, and he doesn't even blink, just calmly declares that her shock burns off like a fuse, replaced by flushed, fiery resolve. She jabs a finger ahead and snaps that they're going, and he agrees instantly, his smile never wavering. Just as they decide to act, another guy shows up. Horned silhouette cutting across the sky, and Murch's voice snaps out, sealing their mission. Find the strongest being on the moon. Rizel and Mirsha crash-landing their way to a lone tower on the moon, drifting in that endless sea of stars. And he checks their location while Mirsha can't believe real people actually live out here. They touch down right in front of that weird, shimmering barrier blocking the tower's base, and Rizel blurts the problem on the spot, figuring out how to get inside, and fast. Right on cue, an entrance suddenly forms inside the barrier, like the world just listened to him, and Mirsha, sweat sliding down her cheek, watches the door swing open on its own, staring like, are we really being welcomed? Her nerves spike, and she blurts, did we get spotted, or are we walking into a trap? Rizel stays icy calm, telling her he feels zero hostility. He lays out the truth straight to the point. There's no way they'll find the cub unless they step into the mother's nest. Then he orders them inside with iron certainty. And Mirsha hesitates, but finally nods. Right when they're about to move, Rizel slams to a sudden stop, and Mirsha whips his head up from behind, totally baffled. Why'd you just freeze like that? He doesn't reply, so she trusts her instincts instead, and that's how she spots it. The impossible is right there, with air in motion and the unmistakable scent of fresh grass. She gasps in pure shock, looks up, and boom, there's that bright blue sky, fluffy clouds floating by, and a tree far in the distance, and she screams, still not believing her eyes. The view bursts open, and they're staring at a huge windswept sea of green grass, like the entire landscape is crammed inside that lunar structure. Rizel senses the terrifying power of spatial creation magic, and Mayor Shah just freezes speechless at how much mana it must take, stunned that someone this powerful is real. Rizal and Mirsha stood out in the endless, grassy field when a voice snapped from the shadows, barking for answers about what they were doing there. Rizal's eyes instantly sharpened as he spun toward the unknown caller. Rizel's eyes sharpened as he realized this wasn't a person at all, just a young guy with huge horns who showed up to tell them it wasn't worth the hassle to go outside. even though Marishaw clocked him as the one who let them in. The horned man let out a heavy sigh, shoved his hands behind his head, and wore mild annoyance like a mask. Then he decided to tweak his question and demand, straight to their faces, one last time, what they were doing there. Marisha surged forward, flashed a razor-wide, predatory grin, and blurted that she was hunting someone strong. Then she dared him right to her face. And for a moment, the horned man went completely mute, stunned by her audacity. His shot vanished into laughter, and then he praised her honesty, confessing he loved that she laid her intent out, instead of springing a surprise attack. A flustered mare snapped her bowstring tight and pressed him for an answer. "So do you accept?" And right as that back and forth lit up the air, Reisel's gloved hand curled into a hard fist. He strode forward and stood right in front of Mershaw. Then, cool as ice but unshakably firm, he turned to both of them and demanded to know who was going first behind him. Mershaw watched in silence as a question flickered through her mind. Because, Reisel was the real deal. Facing the horned warrior head-on, Reisel and Mershaw lock in ready to strike, and Reisel declares their choice. They'll take his offer and attack as one. The Dragonoid's eyes flare with wild, manic joy. Then he laughs, saying that for the first time in 1,000 years, he's finally about to have some real fun. Then he rockets into the sky, hanging in midair out in the distance. Mirsha snaps that she isn't pulling any punches. With a devilish grin, the Dragonoid teases if they should start, while Reisel watches like, his opponent looks downright thrilled. Mirsha snaps her magic into a blinding burst, and the blast erupts around the Dragonoid, blasting him backward through the air as he digs in against the concussive hit. The warrior surges forward in an instant, snaps right in front of Mirsha with his fist cocked back, laughs off her strike as too slow, then slams in a brutal punch that lands with a deafening boom. But that punch never lands. Reisel shoots in front of them and slams his hand up to stop it dead. The Dragonoid approves instantly, praising the tag in and calling it the right play. Then his gaze drops to his own fist as it starts to get swallowed by a dark, swirling surge pouring out of Reisel's hand. As soon as it hits him that this is the real deal, dark energy crawls out in thick tendrils and clamps his arms shut. He yanks his chin up and bellows defiantly, demanding if they really think this technique can keep him right, when a strange pattern suddenly ignites in Reisel's eyes. The Dragonoid violently thrashes in his ropes, swearing because he got jumped from behind, and then the thick surge of magic hits him, pins him in place like stone. He snarls through the strain, finally understanding he's trapped and can't move in time. With the Dragonoid pinned tight, Reisel clenches his palm and whips up a roaring sphere of crackling energy, then hurls it forward, zero hesitation, straight into the creature trapped in his grasp. The attack fizzles away. Reisel now stands face to face with the Dragonoid, clamping down on its fist with iron grip. The Dragonoid's stunned. With a smug smirk, Reisel reveals he saw it coming and borrowed a special move, the Dragon Man technique, to supercharge the warrior's body. Reisel leaned back with a smug smirk as the Dragonoid gaped at his own fist trapped in a crystal shell that kept growing by the second the Dragonoid clenched his teeth, roaring in fury that this same stunt was happening again, while Reisel looked almost exasperated by how painfully predictable it was. As the Dragonoid stayed locked on his trapped hand, Mershaw spotted the opening and exploded forward with a brutal high kick straight for his head, tossing out the truth that a dragon's biggest weakness is its temper. The Dragonoid snapped his gaze up at the exact moment the strike came crashing down, and pure shock tore across his face. The Dragonoid scoffs like there's no way a woman's kick could hurt that much. Then, bam! Her devastating strike smashes into his face, and he staggers backward, blood spraying as his confidence crumbles. After that first strike lands, Reisel drives the finisher in. He thrusts a pinpoint hand straight into the Dragonoid's chest. Blood bursts from the deadly wound, and Reisel stays stone calm while Mershaw watches from afar. The final Udar hits so hard it feels like the air itself splits. Then the dragonoid crumples, finally realizing he just got beaten by some other worlder. And right as he drops, both Rizel and that surprise mare get to witness it. Lying there, defeated on the ground, he calls out to Rizel, demanding to know if he's figured it out yet, while staring at those strange clothes like they're the weirdest thing in the world. Then Rizel's attention snaps to Mayor Shah. She stares him down and declares, "I'm going to train you and pass my skills to you." He grills her offer, demanding to know if she really plans to hand her skills over to him, and from the ground, the dying dragonoid cracks out a weak laugh, muttering that the Demon King doesn't look all that talented to him. His amusement crumbles the moment he whips his eyes back to Rizel. Then, with his final breath, he demands to know if Rizel will hear an old dragon's last request. He drops to his knees by the fallen warrior, grabs the outstretched hand without a second thought, and promises he'll do exactly what's asked. Their hands slam together, and a thin burst of light crawls from the dragonoid into Rizel. The dying warrior gasps out how honored he is to clash with someone that strong. Then, Rizel nods and confirms it. The gift has reached him. His life drains out of him as the dragonoid's last words crumble into silence, slipping away while he desperately tries to explain what he just witnessed. His last thought rang out into the dead quiet like, "Wow, that ride had been pure fun with Oi." Then life drained from his eyes. Mershaw's voice went calm as he confirmed it, saying the man was gone, and Rizel could only nod in agreement. He tore his gaze from the body and admitted the dragonoid had spent his whole life chasing self-improvement, and even Mayor Shaw, face heavy with grief, said she could hardly wrap her head around the fact that someone that strong could still exist in the world. She snapped her gaze to Rizel and hardened her face with iron resolve, then blurted that she had something crucial to say, and it had to come out right now. He whipped around to face her, and his eyes locked on, "What is it?" he demanded. She snapped, demanding to know why he'd finished the dragonoid off because the battle was already over, and killing him didn't make sense. Then she pressed the point hard. He was the only other truly strong person left in the world, so keeping him around was the smart move. Before Rizel could even speak, she shot her hands up, yelling for him to hold on like it hit her. In a flash, his dragon-blooded technique was going to explain everything. He started to chuckle under his breath, and that only left her even more lost, so she demanded to know what technique he'd inherited with a sly, knowing smirk. Rizel named it Resurrection of the Dead, and the moment those words hit, Mersha went completely silent, stunned into speechlessness. The name's meaning snapped into focus. Dragonoid's spirit burst in, roaring with laughter, and outright admitted that Rizel had caught him. Then Mersha, furious at the stunt, screamed at the vanished warrior and swore she'd kill him all over again. Mersha stood there by a lone tree and fired a question at Rizel. "You're trying the resurrection right now." Rizel grinned like trouble incarnate, admitted it was his first time, but said he'd been dying to see how it all worked. Then he announced he was starting. He shoots his hand forward and a blinding light explodes out of it, tearing across the grass and surging into the dragonoid's still lifeless body. A surge of light swallows the dragonoid's body, stitching his shattered chest closed and repairing the damage across his face. Then the glow dies down, and his eyes snap open, alive again. He jolts upright, stretches with a groan, and fully restored Rizel beams and says, "The resurrection worked." Then the dragonoid turns to him like he always knew Rizel would do it. And that's when Mayor Shaw's eyes light up as she asks if they can use this power to bring the fallen citizens back, only for Rizel to cut it off bluntly, saying it's impossible, leaving her frozen in shock. She demands to know why, and the dragonoid just sits there and calmly suggests, like it's tea time, that they try it that way until Mersha's eyes snap open to a horrifying truth, shouting that this technique can only resurrect people the user has personally killed. As they settle in for tea, the dragonoid leans in and explains why this restriction is the secret put it in place, and the technique works far more often. He insists that a power with no boundaries would tear the world apart, and Mersha quietly nods, admitting he's got a solid point. Rizal breaks it down for her and flat out confirms that's why he couldn't bring back the dragon. Mersha had already wiped out. Then he leans in and offers to teach her the technique if she really wants to fight it again. But there's a shady catch in his voice. Mersha brushes the whole thing off in her head, convinced that Dragon wasn't all that tough and wouldn't even make a decent sparring partner. With a knowing grin, the Dragonoid shifts the conversation fast. He says he heard Rizal didn't just take down the synthetic hero, but also ran a synthesis experiment. Rizal's jaw drops the moment those words land. He's thrown completely off guard, and he blurts out, stunned, how in the world the Dragonoid could possibly know that. He tries to brush it off fast, firing back with, "So what's the point?" But the Dragonoid just winks and shrugs like, "Yeah, I know that already." He kept talking, saying if the guy facing him was the same synthetic hero Rizal had slaughtered before, he could try to bring them back with his own hands. But then he admitted he'd never tested it, so he couldn't promise it would work. Rizal took it all in, eyes sharpening as he gave a quiet nod like he finally understood. Rizal shot them a sudden announcement. He was heading right back to the Demon King's castle, and somehow that idea felt like it hit him a second ago. Mayor Shah froze, sputtered that she was still mid-explanation, and Rizal cut her off with a calm, "I've got the gist of it." Mayor Shah muttered that he'd barely dodged the topic, but the Dragonoid just smiled and told her she was free to visit any time. Then Rizal shot a look at the Dragonoid and blurted out whether he planned to ride with them. The Dragonoid grinned and said he had zero plans to do that, he was just going to savor his retirement. And Rizal flashed a smile like he'd already known. Once the deal was done, Rizal waved goodbye and told him they'd never cross paths again, while the Dragonoid just nodded like it had no choice. Their hands locked in a hard shake, real mutual respect, and Rizal capped it off by looking him straight in the eye and calling him my friend. Mayor Shah shot off an energetic goodbye as she and Rizal spun toward the exit, and the Dragonoid stared after them for a heartbeat before locking onto what was coming next. He trudged up to a lone tree on a grassy hill, dropped into its shade, and fell into a nap on the spot. Under the moon's glow in a castle room, Mersha sat beside her sister, Sissel, and started ranting, why did Rizal drag even Sissel into this mess? But Sissel just shrugged it off, smiling like she couldn't wait for what came next. She and her sister, Sissel, freeze in stunned silence when Rizal steps into the doorway, and then he shoots them an apology for making them wait. Rizal's focus snaps away from the sisters, because he's standing face to face with an elderly demon. His eyes brimming with tears as he finally spots his granddaughters, whispering, "Grandfather." With raw emotion blazing in his voice, the man shouts to Mayor Shah and Sissel, and Mayor Shah, overwhelmed, can only stammer, "This can't be happening." Her mind snaps back to a memory from years ago, her grandfather's gentle touch, his warm voice in her ear, drilling into her to listen close and sizzle for every little detail. He stared down at his two young granddaughters and dropped the kind of wisdom that sticks forever. One of you will end up facing the Demon King someday, so you'd better stay close and help each other no matter what. He kept pushing his counsel, begging everyone to team up and lift their country higher. And he reminded them, when life turns brutal, you grab hold of the people you can trust. As the old memories crumble, the sisters tumble into their grandfather's arms in the present, tears pouring down their faces, and he squeezes them tight, telling them how much they've grown and how badly he's missed them. Mersha pulled herself back, tears still pouring, and she demanded how any of this could be possible. Didn't he get beaten by the synthetic hero? Her grandfather only shifted his gaze to Rizal and said, "It flat out. It was him who brought Mersha's grandfather back to life." Rizal wears a calm face and tells the former Demon King, "All right, now I'll lay out the whole story from start to finish." When the explanation kicks off, the ex-king freezes in disbelief and blurts out in pure shock. Mersha was the one who took down the synthetic hero. Right next to him, Mersha grins with pride. He snapped his hand to his chin, processed everything, and blurted out, So if I absorb that synthetic hero, does that mean Rysel is treated like the same person now? Rysel, sitting right next to Mersha, nodded and said, "Yep, that's exactly how I can pull off the resurrection." He shot back that he only inherited the resurrection memories, and it looked like the moment he crushed the Demon King had been carried straight through mana. Rysel confessed he'd been half skeptical about bringing the former king back, but relief hit the moment the man's face flashed in his mind. Then the grandfather nodded like he understood. Before Rysel fired his next question, could he pull off that same synthesis on his granddaughters at the... When the suggestion hit the air, Mershaw and Sissel both blew up in protest. Mershaw snapped that it was unfair if only Lord Rysel got the chance, while Sissel stammered that trying couldn't possibly hurt. The argument exploded as they jabbed accusatory fingers at the startled Rysel. Cecile snapped that the synthesis was proven safe, so it could help them get stronger. And Mersha slammed the point home, insisting that even if Rysel wasn't great at mental manipulation, that had nothing to do with this. He coolly shut down their hype, warning them that this synthetic hero was a mortal enemy of every demon. And then he hit them with the question, did they really have zero resistance to swallowing that enemy into their own bodies? Sissel's poker face cracked into a huge grin, and she basically brushed off her own worry, like it didn't matter compared to getting stronger. Dead serious, that was her priority. Mershaw nodded right along, and as their grandfather chuckled, he even apologized to Rysel for his granddaughter's unstoppable, zealous streak. Rysel's resolve finally cracked, and he agreed to kick off the synthesis, just like they demanded. The sisters erupted in cheers. Then, moments later, Sissel's fists tightened as a jaw-dropping power surged up from inside her, overflowing like a storm. Right after the procedure, the ex-demon king stepped up to Rysel with a hard, serious question. Why in the world had he been dragged back to life? Rysel didn't dodge. He said straight up that he needed the former king's help to assist Cecil. He laid out his logic. Yeah, Sissel has her own vassals, but he couldn't stand the idea of dumping it all on her to carry solo. Once his proposal lands, he watches the ex-demon king spoil his granddaughters, while Mayor Shah needles Sissel, claiming she's so powerful now she can sling ultimate magic without breaking a sweat, until Sissel, all flustered, blurts that she shouldn't try that there. The old king just chuckles, smiling softly, and when he steps into this new role, he admits that nothing beats being there for his granddaughter's happiness. Once everything's finally settled, Rysel leans in and thanks them with a calm, heartfelt sincerity. Then he pivots to the former king, slaps a hand on his back like a promise, and tells him he's excited to team up and build something together. Right then, something sharp slices through the air like a warning shot, and both him and the old king snap their heads around, their faces tightening as they zero in on it. Elsewhere, Mersha's eyes flash with fresh power as dark energy crackles from her hands with Sissel beside her. She announces their plans are finally done, and now she's ready to take on the humans at the negotiation table. No doubts, no limits. The story snaps to a human city then from a towering mansion. A furious, "Damn it!" blasts out and ricochets through every street. Rage tore through the human king's face as frustration sparked inside him. He blurted out why he can't seem to win at all, while Regius, his attendant, stared in terror, realizing the king's hand was bleeding from the outburst. The king whirls on him, roaring like a storm to shut up, making the young man jerk back with a terrified squeak. The moment the shout dies down, a blinding burst of brilliant light rockets out of an open doorway, and the whole room gets drowned in it. A lone figure glows in the doorway, and fear locks Regius in place. He can barely get the words out, stunned as he wonders what kind of overwhelming presence this could be. Turns out that mysterious figure who showed up before the human king was actually with Trio, right as a woman with massive dark horns and a fearless grin steps forward, backed by the stern Mayor Shaw and a horn man with dark hair. She faces the monarch head-on and tells him it's a real pleasure to finally meet the king of humans for the first time. Then she steps forward with total unstoppable authority and shouts that she's Sissel, the new Demon King. Once her title hits the air, she orders them to start peace talks right away, and it lands on the human king like a punch to the chest. His eyes go huge, his body trembles, and all he can do is gape in horrifying shock as his words tumble out in incoherent stammers. Demon Lord Mershaw flashes a warm smile and thanks their host for the welcome, but right beside her, her sister Cecil keeps a hard, unimpressed scowl. In this stiff meeting room, the demon delegation just crashed the party. Mersha, Cecil, and that tall, horned menace sitting across from two human reps, a flustered noble with a goatee, and his jittery, bull-haired aide, Regius. A nobleman breaks out in a sheen of sweat, slams his fist onto the table, and growls that he has no choice while his aide watches, worry carved deep into his face. The horned figure rose from the shadows in disguise and stared at the noble Cooley, then smirked, because Cooley had no clue he was standing face to face with the very hero the Horned One had exiled. Meanwhile, Cooley felt cornered, convinced he'd have to play along for now, totally blind to the real danger closing in. Mayor Shaw leans in like the air itself is about to snap, and she declares, right now is the moment to talk about their demands. Then, she lays down their one non-negotiable demand: wipe out the cruel, unequal treaty forever between humans and demons. No more imbalance. Mershock slams down their final demand: 1 whole trillion pi in reparations, paid for every past grievance. Cecil calmly slams a document onto the table, insisting every detail is written inside it, and the noble jerks his gaze wide, stammering in total disbelief. "What did you say?" Cecil yanked back like she'd just been shocked, slapped a hand over her mouth, and demanded he stop spitting such blatant lies. Then the noble slammed his fist on the table and roared that there was zero truth to the claim that humans use demons as slaves inside their territory. Unshaken by his denial, she just demands he prove his claim. Then Rysel nods behind her like, "Fine." And the noble's hand bursts into a blinding glow as he's cornered and drenched in sweat. He can only stammer that he's telling the truth, but terror takes over his whole face. He stammers, trapped in a corner, as the magical projection flashes undeniable proof, demons chained and dragged into labor under the armored guard's eyes, so the voice grilling him demands he explain exactly how this happened. As he scrambles for an answer, Demon Lord Mershaw slams down her advantage and demands whether he's still clinging to that no slaves lie when they clearly know of around 100 slave facilities. Then his sister Cecil leans in and calmly tells Rysel he can dismiss the whole image. His defiance crumbled, and the noble finally caved with a shaky, weak concession. Once the man's submission was locked in, Rysel lifted a gloved hand and thrust a document at him, ordering him to sign. Just as the pen was about to touch the paper, a thunderous voice ripped through the air, shouting at him to slow down. Then a blinding flash exploded in the room, and everyone scrambled to shield their eyes. Light explodes, and out steps a divine goddess. The noble recognizes her instantly, choking on a gasp while she stares down the summoned hero and barks, demanding they confess who they really are. Cecil's eyes lock on the newcomer the second she shows up. Her sudden, crushing presence hits like a divine storm, and Cecil can't help but think, this is goddess-level power. Rysel doesn't even flinch. He's calmly thrilled she showed up, saying it spares him from dragging out a synthesis device just to tamper with her mind. And when the noble hears it, his eyes snap wide with sickening recognition. He calmly confirms every noble's dread by admitting he faked his death during the assassination, and the noble spirals, swearing he was sure the kill landed while the goddess stares. Stunned, the noble panics and demands what he can do, and she tells him there's only one move left. With the last of his strength fading, the noble slams both hands on the table and pleads for the summoned hero to join him again. Yet Rysel and Mersha just stare him down, faces stone-cold and totally unimpressed. He hammers out a frantic offer. If Rysel can talk the Demon Lord out of the reparations, he'll hand over half of the entire sum. Then he leans in, desperate hope written across his face, and begs, "Isn't that a sweet deal?" He stammers, frozen, unable to choose a move, while Rysel looks utterly worn out by the whole scene. Then, with a heavy sigh, he shuts the offer down, saying he wants to become the strongest in the world, not just a rich guy, and he calls the noble's deal a trash bargain. The king roars that the noble's useless act ends here and he'll handle it himself. Then, right before he can move, Risha, the summoning goddess, cuts in, fixes her gaze on Rysel, and offers to send him back to his original world, but only if he agrees to her terms. So Rysel calmly asks, "What conditions?" She grins like she already won and lays down her demand. Rysel has to cut down the two demon sisters himself. No excuses. She sells it like it's nothing at all, and Rysel just stares, thinking, "This is so simple, there's only one answer," before refusing flat out. Then he drops the bombshell. He's already built a safer, surefire way to get back to his world, and a glowing magical device erupts into existence in his hand. He swears his real plan is ruthless. He'll absorb Risha and steal her interdimensional teleportation power for himself. Risha's perfect composure shatters, and she fires back, demanding to know what kind of monster he really is. She scoffs at his plan, bragging that she literally crafted the magic tool and even built in a failsafe to stop the creator from getting absorbed, as if that seals everything. Rysel stays cool and calmly tells her, "Yeah, I modified that safeguard before you ever noticed." The goddess's face twists into pure, stunned disbelief. Her confidence crumbles the moment she realizes the impossible is really happening because the tool is messing with her body. And Rysel steps in to say that tweaking a device like that is insanely simple. For anyone who's good at building basic tools, and that stings because it screams that her own skills aren't there. He leans on his advantage and sneers that she must be a total beginner at crafting magic tools. And the jab hits her so hard, especially with her unable to fight, that she just freezes, stunned, wordless. As the magical energy surges around Risha, terror slams into her hardest. She erupts from her throne in the demon realm and shrieks at Rysel, "Monster!" And when Mersha hears it, she quietly can't help wondering if that blame was really aimed at her. Right by the throne, Mercia's sister, Cecil, points out the brutal irony these words are spilling from the summoning goddess's own mouth. Of all people, Mercia snaps back that she'll throw every one of those words right back at Risha. And down below, the goddess can only choke on cries of pure agony. Her screams for it to stop the magic tool fall on deaf ear. Its power clamps down so hard she can't even breathe, let alone make a sound. Mershaw watches with chilling calm, then lifts a finger like he's just thinking, "Should we shut the goddess up for a moment?" While the demon lords and the human king stare in shock, the summoning goddesses summon with giddy joy, then their magic shatters and dissolves into pure delight. And the human king's gasp turns to horror as she realizes she's fading for real, her very essence being drained away by that blazing magical tool. The moment it's done, the tool turns to dust right in Rysel's grip. He just stares as the last scraps of that divine power fade away, realizing the artifact only collapsed because its creator was gone. Then he snaps his focus to Mayor Shah, who immediately asks how he's doing. Rysel answers that his body feels light and his magic now slides under control, even saying that a fallen deity is still a god, and with the nuisance wiped out, he tells them to give it a go, fight him. Standing beside Mayor Shaw and her sister, he thrusts a document at the terrified human delegation, and Mayor Shaw flashes a triumphant grin as she demands right there and then that they sign the treaty. The human king trembled and drenched in sweat, then only managed a choked yes, utterly crushed and beaten. After a stretch of time, the demon king's castle looms like a giant shadow against the night, and the full moon hangs over it while a cheerful voice rings out, announcing, "We're back," to their grandfather. Inside, the former demon king swings the door open with a warm greeting, quizzing them about how the mission went. Mayor Shine and Sister Strike snap into victory poses, beam with pride, and announce that the treaty's finally concluded in total success, while their grandfather can't hide his thrilled joy. Then he waves them over, settles them in, and makes them spill every detail of their adventure over a cup of tea. As the tale unfolds, the ex-demon king freezes in shock, begging, almost yelling, whether Rizel really swallowed the goddess and her interdimensional teleport power. Rizel nods and lays out why, with that ability, he can pop back on his own schedule, and Mersha can finally go to her sister and the rest of them. That old demon's shock melts into a warm, "Come on, please smile," and he nods along as Rizel's logic hits the mark, calling it great news and a seriously stylish way of thinking while his granddaughters beam with happiness. The ex-demon king stared as Mersha turned to Rizel and fired off a question. Would he really send the other summoned people back to their original world? Rizel confirmed it was exactly the plan, and Mersha snapped that they had to tell the three. Right now. Without hesitation, Rizel agreed. With their decision locked in, they rushed the news to the three summoned heroes, and the moment it landed, the guys broke down. Leol and Frodo burst into open tears, thanking Rizel over and over for the chance to finally go home. Then Rizel lifted a hand, bid them farewell, and admitted with a soft smile that their joy was tearing him up too. Then he whipped around to Mayor Shaw and told her it was time to get moving too. She nodded right away and agreed. Just as they were about to head out, their grandfather stepped in, smiling warmly, and told them both to be careful. Word for word, Cecil grabbed her sister's hand, mirroring every bit of his warning, and Mayor Shaw squeezed back, promising she would be. With one last bright wave to the moonlit sky, Mersha grinned and declared she was leaving. Then she and Rizel slipped straight into the dark, kicking off their journey. A wall of light explodes into nothing under the pounding force of a dark, crackling surge. Then, Rizel bursts out of the distortion, gulping in his surroundings, and that eerie atmosphere hits him like a memory he thought was buried for good. He gapes at a barren, crater-pocked wasteland, swallowed by a giant monolith looming on the horizon, and he jerks back, stunned, like, "What the heck is this place?" Mershaw peers beside him and spits that his hometown is straight-up brutal, saying it looks exactly like hell. She whips her head toward him, exasperation blazing, and snaps, "What kind of magic experiment did you mess up this badly to wreck the whole environment?" He finally fesses up right before the goddess summoned him. He ruined the experiment, and it was a quantum magic circle technique. The name hits Mersha like a brick, leaving her completely baffled. He breaks it down like this: magic circles don't just grow, they evolve, starting from a basic level. One plane, then hardening into level 2, and now pushing into level 3 with a quantum magic circle, which he hypes as a killer technique that crams way more data than a 3D circle, so it runs faster and hits harder. He realizes his old self would have been doomed to fail, but now, thanks to the goddess's power, he's absolutely sure he can pull this off. He lifts his hands, and glowing rings spiral around him as the dead, barren ground below starts to shimmer with endless bursts of magical energy, warning everyone that something massive is about to begin. As the transformation rips across the land, he keeps talking using random numbers woven into pieces of several 3D magic circles, then stacking them on top of each other to unlock high-level magic no one could touch before. That's what he calls the true heart of a quantum magic circle. Mershaw stares in stunned silence as the lava zone flips to a grassy plain. In an instant, she flashes a sharp, toothy grin and yells that she saw it happen, but she just can't make sense of everything. Her face flips from bafflement to growing frustration, then hardens into a furious, pouty scowl. She admits that, with what she knows right now, she can only tell that his magic is way beyond some basic 3D circle, and she can't help but wonder if she'll ever learn to wield power like that herself. Rizel pauses and admits, he can't promise anything. Then he dodges the topic and asks why she keeps bringing up super ultimate life forms, only to realize he hasn't explained anything yet. So Mershine snaps in that there are 9 total, and every single one has its own paranormal gift. His face tightens with steel-cold resolve. Then he lays it all on the line. He's going to take down all 9 and finish the full set of their abilities, because only that way can he finally rise as the world's strongest. He drops the bombshell. He knows where the super ultimate life forms are hiding. Deep in the lowest floors of dungeons, sealed away in the world's most remote corners, they're lurking. And even teleportation can't touch them, because nature itself forms a brutal shield. Reisha challenges her, firing back that nobody has ever figured out a way around barriers like these. So she presses him with the goddess's power in his hands now. Can he really pull it off? He stays calm, admits she's right, and stares at the crushing strength he's just been given. Her eyes soften as she leans in with a deeper question. Are you sure you're the one fate picked for this road? Later, his focus snaps away. He wheels toward the demon lord, Mayor Shah, and calls out her name, pushing the idea that it's worth considering. She turns back at him, eyes narrowing like she's demanding answers. Then he drops a jaw. Dropping question, "Want to try going to the divine realm?" And she freezes, her expression twisting with pure disbelief. In the blink of an eye, they're standing inside a huge, dead white void. Mersha freezes, stunned, and blurts out, "If this is the divine realm." He answers that it is, and that it's a world forged by the goddess. Mersha can't believe how empty it feels, but he raises a hand and points out that, way off in the distance, something's there. Mersha and the others close in on this weird machine, and curiosity hits hard, so he leans in, studies it, and spots stone man tech like the synthesizer, plus a faint flicker of the goddess's power. Then it clicks. The goddess's teleportation wasn't lost with her. It had been shoved into this device, which is why it stayed whole even after the goddess vanished. Suddenly, the device blasts to life, its screen flicking on like it has a mind of its own. Mersha lets out a sharp gasp, then it hits him instantly. It must have recognized the goddess's power now pulsing inside him. The screen shows a barren, rocky wasteland, and he snaps to it instantly. This is the same place where he first landed and ran his experiments, and the coordinate map hammers it home, locking in that exact spot. His eyes snap to the display, and you can see his focus sharpen as he takes in the coordinates. Then the concerned mayor beside him blurts out, "What are you doing?" He stares at the device's screen. There it is, a dark, chilling cave entrance, and Mersha jolts, snapping. "What did you just say?" Rizel stays icy, calm, and answers, "That's the dungeon's lowest floor, the lair of the ultra-ultimate life form." He can't help but marvel at how the goddess's teleportation power just tears through the rules. This device even shows the exact location, proving it can slip past the natural barriers that usually choke off that kind of magic. Mayor Shaw leans in and asks if that external device is what let the goddess nail her teleportation with surgical precision. He agrees, basically confirming her hunch, then admits he doesn't know the real reason the power was split, only that she probably couldn't manage it on her own. Then he spots something new on the device's screen. Wait, what is that? He mutters it out loud, and Airshop instantly leans in like it can't resist the mystery. Mayor Shah fires him a knowing grin and jokes about that clumsy goddess, then asks if he can actually survive that kind of power himself. Rizel rubs his chin, thinking hard, and decides he probably can, since the power has been ripped out and put somewhere else. "That's it," she says, smiling like she's proud of him. Then she shoots out a wild new plan. What if the power could be ripped away from its owner and even fused into something brand new? The moment she clocks how genius it is, she stands there proud and says her being around has finally paid off. Rizel pauses, weighing every word, already wondering if he could swallow that device's power for himself. A grin snaps onto his face. He loves this idea. "All right," he declares, snatching up the device, hands cupping the glowing orb at its center, and as he kicks off the refusion, it detonates into a wave of dazzling light. Energy spirals out of the device and rips into his hands. He blurts a surprised gasp as the power surges through him. Mershaw leans in, demanding results. "Let's see it," he says. And when he answers, his hands are still glowing bright. The device's screen snaps to life again, and the same eerie cave entrance flashes back. Mershaw's eyes go wide as he confirms the test finally worked. He clenches his fist and lets out a victory grin. Now he can teleport anywhere on a whim, then whips around to Mershaw and pitches their next plan to track down the first ultra-ultimate life form. With Mershaw in tow, he snaps into existence inside a hollow, empty cavern. The floor snarls and cracks under their boots, shaking like it's ready to break. He casually checks that he teleported them far enough to dodge any traps. Then Mershaw goes cold, staring around in terror, because the air reeks with dread and the ground keeps trembling, making her wonder if this is really where the creature lives. Her question gets answered in a split second. Out of the blackness crawls a hulking shadow beast, and two blazing, hateful eyes form like they were summoned. Mershaw yelps in panic, but Rizel doesn't flinch. He stays steady and declares that their quarry is... The shadow snaps into focus, and boom, there it is, a towering skeletal nightmare with massive leathery wings towering over them as Rizel locks in its name the very first ultra-ultimate life form. He studies the creature, and you can see doubt flash in his eyes the moment he senses something's off beside him. Mershaw shakes fear out of her chest and snaps that she's just going to take it down, while Rizel shoots a quick nod of approval like, "Go on, show me what it's made of." Mershaw takes her cue, sucks in a deep breath, and fires a razor-sharp blast of pure energy, watching the beam slam straight into the skeletal thing's skull. The blast's power hammers the creature back, and its bony form slams into the cavern floor with a brutal crash, while Mershaw just freezes, stunned that she wiped it out with one strike. Yet Rizel doesn't relax, his instincts screaming that this could be a trap. So she better stay ready and keep her guard up. They freeze in the dead quiet, staring from afar at their fallen enemy's motionless body. The silence hangs heavy, and Mershaw blurts out, "Did it really die that easily?" Rizal shuts that down fast. Something's off. Then right. When Mershaw shrieks, the creature's limbs start to twitch and shift as the truth finally hits. Right in front of them, the creature's hard, bony body buckles and breaks apart, slumping into a bubbling puddle of thick white slime. Out of the bubbling mass, a tiny gelatinous sphere pops upward, and on its surface, a simple little smiling face forms like it's alive. Mershaw just freezes there, stunned, wondering if this small slime is really the life form they're after. But Rizel snaps her focus back and says, "No, this isn't the enemy." Mayor Shah blinked in shock as the little smiley slime suddenly twisted itself inside out, bubbling, stretching, trying to snap back into a skeleton form, so he swore it was a resurrection trick and lunged to crush it again. He shot his hand up to halt her, then spoke in a calm voice, "Hold on, I've got this." His gloved palm started to glow, and with a sharp burst of focus, he bent the creature's shape memory to his will. A brilliant flash ripped from his hand boom, and the creature's whole shape buckled, turning into a lifeless puddle on the cavern floor. Mayor Shah, cradled in his arms, demanded, "Is it dead?" He said, "I only shut off its shape memory." But the unease kept climbing in his gut. Then he finally called it out. This wasn't some ultra-ultimate life form, just a monster in disguise, hiding in the dungeon's deepest chamber. He kept pushing his theory while Mershaw tried to shake off the gut punch his words landed, because as soon as they confronted it, something felt off. It didn't carry the same crushing aura he'd felt from the Moondragoniths. And then he snapped the question, "Where's the real one?" Mershaw's voice trembled with worry. Her question hit him, and he instantly chose a move. "Let me tap into the dungeon's system data." He fired up the search, sure a hidden clue was waiting there, and a slick, glowing interface snapped into existence in the air right before them as he studied the data, his face snapped into tension, and the moment Mershaw spotted the shift, he fired off, "What's wrong?" His eyes bulged with disbelief as the truth finally hit, because even the dungeon's own structure, the system powering it, had been rewritten from the ground up. In that bleak, jagged wasteland, Mary Shaw freezes, staring like she can't process what she's seeing, and panic spikes in her voice. Wait, is the dungeon's data getting rewritten? If it is, then the first great ultimate life form we met was a total fake. Riesel stands right next to her, unshaken, and calmly admits, "Yeah, that can happen, but only if someone works from the dungeon's very bottom floor." She blurts out, "So someone already beat the real first ultimate life form." He stops cold and admits he can't swear to it, because you don't even have to smash the boss to tweak the data. Then he grips the tiny white slime creature in his hand and fires back. The real plan was probably sabotage, cutting off the path so no one ever meets that power, then taking it all for themselves. He pushes his deduction even further, insisting that when a god calls him out, nobody on Earth should have been able to pull off something like this, so he's sure all of it happened while he was gone. Hearing that, Mayor Shah bares his teeth, grumbling that the person who tampered with the data has a mean streak and probably grabbed all the power for themselves. She snaps to a practical plan and asks, "Can we just overwrite the data on our side?" Riesel turns to her and says, "Yeah, we can overwrite it, but we can't just do what's been done and bring the boss back as a true, great, ultimate life form." Puzzle pales and blurts, "Why?" He tells them that without the creature's original genetic code, it can't be folded back into the data, and he's never even seen its true form, so he has nothing to work with. Mersha gets it, and Riesel immediately starts plotting their next step. First, they're going straight for the second great ultimate life form, because maybe answers are waiting there. What else can they do if they have to fight the mysteries out of order? His sudden, uncharacteristic slump has Ersha lighting up with a bright smile, and she tells him it's wild to see him this down. But she's all in on the new plan. She's hoping the next target is still standing. Riesel answers with a small smile of his own, agreeing he hopes the same while quietly clocking the way she casually calls him a man. Their trek yanks them out of the dead, empty plains and pushes them straight into a cozy town tucked in the woods and rolling hills, stone and timber houses huddled all around a towering central spire. As they close in, Riesel spots. It turns out the town's guild runs the dungeon, where the second great ultimate life form is hiding. Mershon leans in and points out the difference. This one isn't buried in a forest, and he confirms it with a plain, solid yes. The moment they step into town proper, a bleak horror hits them. Gaunt, downtrodden people clog the streets like they've been drained of hope. Mayor Shah reels back in shock, remembering this place was buzzing with life on her last visit, and demanding answers from the darkness that stole it. Riesel feels it too, but before he can even think, a shout drags his eyes to a commotion nearby. Two aggressive men are cornering and harassing a young woman. As the woman begs him to stop, one of the men yanks her arm, and Riesel's face instantly tightens. He clocks the danger up close and surges forward, firing back a blunt, "Hey!" snapping the thug's attention as one of them whips around, startled. The thug spins around and screams defiance at the interruption, only for Mersha's icy voice to slice through his rant, ordering him to let go of the woman and bolt right now if he wants to keep living. Before he can even react, she clamps onto his wrist with crushing force and twists it hard enough to make him scream. Then she snarls again, telling him to get lost, her voice low and deadly. The man's companion just stares, stunned, as he cries out in agony. With his injured arm clutched to his chest, the thug snaps into retreat mode, shoving his partner to get out, swearing they'd remember this, while Riesel stands there watching them vanish, caught between avoiding trouble and knowing he couldn't ignore the woman's distress. The rescued woman drops into a deep bow to Mersha, pouring out her gratitude for saving her life, then flicks her eyes over their clothes and asks if they're adventurers. Mersha answers by asking if the woman's hurt, and she quickly assures her she's totally fine. Then he leans in, demands to know who she is, and right there he introduces himself and brings Mersha into the conversation too. Her smile lights up the room as she introduces herself as the town's guild receptionist, and Rizal immediately points out how perfect that timing is, since they were just about to head there themselves. Grinning, she offers to guide them, and as they fall in behind her, Rizal can't help thinking that Mersha's meddling somehow landed them in this lucky, ridiculous turn of events. When they finally step into the guild hall, the receptionist thanks them again, but Mersha just waves it off like it's no big deal. Inside, her calm slips into pure concern as she tells us what we saw wasn't a one-off. Thugs have been popping up all over town for a while, and that makes her help feel even more urgent and priceless. Mersha blurts out if this sudden chaos might be linked to the great ultimate life forms, and Rizal nods fast. Then he snaps at the receptionist to spill every detail. He strode up to the counter, the mayor jerked away at his side, and he snapped a reply to the receptionist who'd just asked what they wanted, saying he had a request and demanded to speak to the guildmaster himself. The receptionist's smile slipped into faint worry as she read the title again, and the guildmaster nodded, confirming he'd be honored. Then he asked straight up whether setting up a meeting like that would be a hassle. Her face fell into a sorry look as she laid out the guild's rules. Only adventurers with a high enough rank could meet the guildmaster, and that shock hit him hard, making him immediately wonder what kind of rank they meant. Mayor Shah cut in fast, asking if he had his adventurer's card on him, and the receptionist's faces lit up, saying they could check his rank right then at the counter. His confident expression snapped away, and in its place was raw, sudden unease. Mayor Shaw clocked the pause instantly and snapped, "What's going on?" Her voice full of doubt. Her doubt snapped into irritation, and she leaned in hard, demanding to know how he could have forgotten. Panic hit him. Sweat poured. He stammered that it had to be somewhere, but he couldn't for the life of him remember where he'd shoved it. Mercia's frustration finally snapped. She yanked him by the arm and screamed, demanding what he was going to do now that they were trapped, and all he could do was blurt apologies, wincing as he admitted he was terrible at handling the little stuff. The two of them froze in mutual panic. Then the receptionist snapped the silence with a sudden, brilliant idea. She suggested a shot at finding his registration by just using his name. No extra details, and Mirshal blinked, stunned by the idea, then demanded to know if that was even allowed. The receptionist pressed a finger to her lips and winked like she knew a juicy secret, then said, "Usually I'd need my supervisor's okay, but I'm bending the rules for you as thanks for being saved. Just keep this between us." She nods on the secret deal and agrees to use his name to dig through the registry, so Rizal exhales in relief, rushes to apologize for the hassle, hands over his name, and Mershaw just lets out another tired sigh. As she started searching, the answer popped up right away, so fast it felt unreal then. While she read the screen, Rizal suddenly remembered he'd been an S-rank adventurer, and the listing she found nailed it with no doubt. Her eyes blow wide with disbelief. She stammers, blurting out if he's really Lord Rizal, and he just stares back, totally thrown by the sudden shift in her attitude. Her wild reaction makes Mayor Shaw snap, "Did you do something crazy again?" Rizal looks totally lost and swears he hasn't done a thing, while the receptionist trembles, barely able to breathe. She snaps her eyes from his face to the screen, matches the details in a blink, and then blurts out, "I got you, there's no doubt about it." Once she's sure who he is, she practically yells for everyone to hold up, then bolts to track down the guildmaster right away as she disappears. Rizal can't help worrying he might have stirred trouble back then, while Mershaw watches close and says, "Everything's actually going better than it should." Moments later, she rushes back, breathless with an apology for making them wait. then promises to lead them straight to the reception room, while Mayor Shaw points out that this VIP treatment means they won't be stuck in the public lobby. Now that they're tucked away in a private room, Mershaw smirks and says it's obvious he's a big-name figure in this world, and Rizal just sits there, thinking hard his fame has to be carved from everything he's done, back when he trained and rallied allies across the land. Right before he can get another word out, the door explodes open. An older man lunges in, drops into a deep bow, and blurts out a non-stop apology for the delay. He introduces himself as the guild's chief manager, while Mayor Shaw smirks like he already knows. Rizal probably just pulled off something wild and didn't even notice. With his nerves finally under control, the chief manager blurts out his shock. Lord Rizal actually came to their guild. Then, after a quick apology for the surprise visit, he straightens up and demands to know why they're here today. He fired the request again, and his face went death pale. Wait, a chance to clear the dungeon. You're telling me we can? Rizal clocked the manager's hesitation and shot, Is something wrong? The man started sweating and clamped his hands together, then admitted the dungeon was packed right now by a criminal organization. He broke it down and said the crew was called the Jailbreakers Paradise, then leaned in asking if the name sounded familiar. Rizal stared back, thinking hard, and admitted it did. Mershaw cut in right then, grilling Rizal for the full story. Rizal said this Jailbreakers Paradise wasn't some myth at all. It was a gang of pure escapees who smuggled high-ranking knights and even S-class adventurers who'd run from the law, all paid for by dirty backroom deals. Then, Mershaw's eyes narrowed because he knew they had to be tied to the thugs running around town. He boasted that their combat skills were insanely high, way past what regular adventurers or even the town vigilantes could handle. And Mershaga sighed, like he knew just how troublesome this crew could be. He pressed on with his analysis, convinced some ruthless power was yanking the strings from the shadows and draining the dungeon's resources, and the guildmaster's grim nod sealed it, saying, without those supplies, the town's stores were almost gone, so the guild had no power left to do a thing. Once Rizal heard the entire nightmare of what they were facing, his gloved hand clenched into a fist, and he declared he understood, and his resolve hardened like steel. Mershaw flashed a sharp grin and seized the moment. If they crushed that organization, the town's nightmare would disappear. With a bold vow that a king must lift the people's burdens, she threw them into the job. Rizal shot up, slammed his hand on the table, and startled the whole guild staff as he promised he'd tear the organization apart. Then she casually raised the stakes, pushing them to take down the second great ultimate lifeform too, and the guildmaster practically froze in shock, asking if they really meant to go after something like that. Rizal stayed cool, gave the go-ahead, and somehow that shock flipped into relief, because the manager was roaring that this was huge news, and now he was dying to know who in the world these monsters of power really were. With the plan locked in, the guildmaster suddenly got hit with a brand new headache right in the middle of his operation. Supplies piled up around him like they'd spawned out of thin air, and he just stared, baffled, wondering how they managed to haul so much with them. He stammered, still trying to wrap his head around it. Then Rizal hit him with the truth the supplies would keep the townspeople going until they came back, and the guildmaster would hold the town together, while Rizal swore he'd explain everything in full later, and Mersha flashed a steady, confident smile. Once the job was handed off, the two of them turned on their heels and headed out, and as they walked away, Rizal's voice snapped through the air, telling him to keep his eyes forward, because a great report was coming. The guildmaster and the receptionist leaned forward, waved them off, and tossed them a good luck as they vanished into the dark. Then, the moment they were gone, the guildmaster's smile faded, and he turned to his subordinate, lost in thought. He leaned in and asked what was on her mind, and the receptionist, eyes blazing with curiosity, blurted out who Lord Rizal's mystery companion could be. But the guildmaster just let out a heavy sigh and shut it down, saying it wasn't meant for commoners like them to know. Far from the guild, Rysel and Mersha burst into a massive, lifeless cavern, and Mersha immediately scoured the place way bigger than the last spotting walls, ripped and gouged like something colossal had crashed through and clawed its way out. Her senses snapped off the moment a brutal presence surged over them, and both of them went razor alert. Mersha's face tensed instantly, because this aura was nothing like the last life form they'd faced. Rysel nodded hard, admitting it felt powerful, but they still couldn't confirm whether it was truly the thing they were hunting. Right then, their doubt got slammed shut. Out of the shadows crawled a sickly, grotesque figure with a warped body that folded into a low crouch, and a crazed grin split its face as it let out a nasty cackle, basically goading them to give it some entertainment. Rysel and Mersha square up in front of that starving grin fest of a creature, and it lets out a nasty, rasping challenge. Like it can't wait this time. It wants real entertainment. Rysel and Mersha don't flinch. They lock eyes with cocky smirks, ready to smash into the fight head-on. Mersha snaps into action, blasting out her power with a shout of destruction. An enormous sphere of energy erupts in front of her. The creature doesn't even flinch. It just casually flicks a tiny, dark projectile straight at that massive attack. The destructive sphere disappears without a trace, and Mayor Shaw just freezes, horrified, because her howl of destruction got wiped clean. Rysel watches with a razor-sharp stare. This wasn't blocked, it was erased. Then he smirks, certain of it. That kind of power proves the creature is a transcendent, ultimate life form. The creature snaps back in rage, blasting a spiraling vortex of pitch-black annihilation that erupts outward and keeps expanding fast. That surge of energy crashes straight into Rysel's shield, and the barrier instantly turns to liquid heat, melting away. Rysel's eyes blow wide as panic hits. He snaps, shouting for Mersha to get out of there, and she yells back that she heard him right as the ground rips open under the crushing force. Once the danger finally backs off, Mersha stares at the molten rock where the barrier used to be and realizes their foe's power doesn't just smash things, it melts them. He shuts down her claim, this isn't melting at all. Then he points at the power and names it neutralization. He lays it out, saying their barrier magic just shoves attacks back or slips them into subspace. But this thing's power is on a whole other level, because anything it touches gets erased into nothing. Mersha feels the horror hit as the truth lands if it slams into them head-on. Dread hits her hard as she realizes they'll just vanish. Poof, gone. Panicking, she grabs Rysel and demands a countermeasure, and he stays ice-calm, saying the only way out is to copy the creature's attack properties. As he talks, he starts forming a power sphere in his hand. Then he blasts out his own concentrated energy, ramming straight into the creature's attack to cancel it out completely, eyes locked, jaw set, pure determination burning on his face. He leans in and tells an awestruck Mersha that he used a quantum magic circle to churn out energy matching the creature's attack, then slapped that power onto his barrier like armor, and Mersha can only stare, stunned by what he just pulled off. With his defense laid out, he whips around to face Mersha and flashes a confident grin. He finally knows how to take down that creature, but this plan only works if he can hold his impulses in check. He thrust a glowing sphere of energy into the air and ordered her to pour her mana straight into his spell. And like she had no choice, Mersha obeyed, her power surging around her hands. As she shoves her power into him, their mana collides into a blazing swirl, then it twists, roaring into a churning vortex of dark energy. As soon as the spell finished, he blasted out his plan to yank the vortex straight into the creature's own body. And the moment the teleport landed, dark energy erupted in its core, making it scream in raw agony. That inner strike hits like a truck. Dark energy detonates from its core, and the creature convulses before its body rips apart in a violent, explosive burst. After the creature finally got wiped out, one dark power orb keeps spinning, hanging in midair like it's alive, and Rysel and Mersha just stare at it, while apprehension grips her face as she tries to figure out exactly what it is. Suddenly, the orb erupts in a blinding flash, splitting apart as a surge of energy streaks out and slams straight into each of their foreheads. She gasps in shock as that strange power surges into her, but Riesel only grins because they've finally captured the life power from their defeated foe. And he reminds her he said they'd have to cooperate under. Realization hits her. He tells her the truth. If he'd taken that creature down solo, she'd never have gained its power. And then he makes it clear. Only by teaming up with cooperation magic could they both walk away with the ability. She senses the dungeon practically waking up like the walls are popping from the sheer force of their new power. Riesel nods and says it straight. That's the power that can wipe out anything and everything, and it's so dangerous, he has to make sure he never unleashes it in the wrong place. He breaks it down and says he's the one who kicked off the mana. Mayor Shaw doesn't recognize the word, so he immediately presses him to explain the cooperation magic they'd just used moments ago. He tells them that if you braid 2 or more people's mana together, the target's body can't tell friend from foe anymore. So when that mangled, confused mana gets shoved straight into them, it makes them destroy themselves from the inside out. Mayor Shaw's eyes light up. The pieces click, and she finally gets it. With their main mission nailed, he urges them to chase the next target, because he's convinced this place might also hide clues about the first transcendent ultimate life form. The thought of another showdown lights Marisha up with savage excitement, and that sharp, tooth-bearing grin stretches across her face as she practically whispers that she's itching for a fight. Down in the dungeon's depths, 2 men huddle by a crackling campfire, one with spiky light hair and a visor lounging like he owns the place, while his longer-haired partner sits across from him, waiting, watching. Just as they finally get a breath, a sudden racket erupts out of the surrounding darkness, spiky-haired panic on legs as he rockets upright, yelling into the black, demanding, "Whoever's out there, reveal themselves." Riesel and Mersha crawl out of the gloam, and Riesel calmly clocks them as jailbreakers from paradise. The spiky-haired man snaps back with a defiant retort, but Riesel only nods like he's already got it. Then, right under their feet, chains slam into place as a dark vortex starts to rise. The magical chains explode into existence and snap shut on the defiant man, cinching hard around his arms and chest as he gasps in shock, then freezes, utterly unable to move. He barrels past the man's panicked shouts and cuts right to it, asking if they're the ones who messed with the dungeon where the first transcendent ultimate life form is kept as the guy squirms for answers. Riesel readies another strike, daring him to talk before he takes the truth by force. He squared up to his captive, and the moment their eyes locked, realization hit hard. The man snapped that Riesel's plan was torture magic, guessing he'd blast signals straight into his sensory nerves to drown him in unbearable pain. A cold, unsmiling focus settled on his face as he got ready to prove the real deal with this magic, only for the captive to scream in pure disbelief, shouting that his top-tier spell should have activated and asking what went wrong. Dark chains blasted out of nowhere, snapped tight around him, and he convulsed and screamed as that brutal magic tore through every inch of his body. His companion stared at the brutal massacre, face drained of color, and he let out a tiny, shaky whimper of pure fear as he hauled him out. After dropping the first criminal to the ground, Riesel flicked his icy eyes to the rest and demanded one last time whether his organization had anything to do with the dungeon holding the first transcendent ultimate life form. Teeth clenched, he tried to force the moment to hit, but panic crashed over him, and dread flooded in as he realized, with horror, he wasn't dying like he'd planned. Mersha then dropped the real reason he was still alive, and with a cocky smirk, she told him she'd already cut off his poison ingestion magic circle. His final escape plan got shut down, and the man crumpled in raw despair. Then he blurted, frantic and desperate, that they truly had no idea at all, because as nothing more than low-level grunts, they'd never be allowed anywhere near their superiors' plans. He kept begging with tears pouring down his face, shouting that if they wanted the truth, they'd better track down the executives on the top floors and torture them until they talked. Watching the man shatter completely, Riesel snapped his gaze to Mershaw, convinced they were totally in the dark. And Mershaw nodded along with the captive's idea, so they geared up to hunt down an executive next. He spun away from the two crushed men and headed out of the cavern, and Mayor Shah, shocked, blurts, "You're leaving already," she snapped, asking why he wouldn't finish them off, and Riesel shot a glance back like, "I'm not even wasting effort on this." Mershaw had to admit she was right. I stepped out of the cave's mouth, and right away Mayor Sham barked that loud, wondering voice like, should he have skipped this whole thing and started interrogating someone tough from the very beginning? Their talk got yanked to a stop the second they burst into the open and caught sight of three figures far off. Marcia even started to wonder if one was some big-shot executive. Then, her own gasp shattered the moment when she realized what she was actually staring at. That towering man's dark skin was blasted with glittering magic stones. Riesel leaned in and saw they were latched straight to his body. Ershaw shot him a confused look, so he broke it down. It was human enhancement, basically packing magic stones into the flesh so the person could shove out insanely high output magic. She figured the catch was real because Riesel never used that method himself, and when he answered her, it chilled her. The magic could spiral out of control in a heartbeat, and one wrong move would trigger a monstrous explosion big enough to wipe out a whole continent. The danger hit her like a truck, and she blurted, shaking, if there was any way to deal with it. Riesel just froze, then lifted a gloved hand to his chin, thinking hard. His quiet thoughts snapped. Then a huge, happy grin lit up his face as he blurted that they should just detonate already, leaving Mersha utterly stunned, mouth open and horrified by the idea.